assistance for Ukraine, including weapons systems and helicopters. There had been conflicting reports on yesterday. Actor Cuba Gooding Jr. pleads guilty nearly 3 years after he was arrested and accused of sexual misconduct against 3 women at various Manhattan nightclubs. The original charges, all misdemeanors, and he denied wrongdoing even as more women came forward. Today, the Oscar winner pleaded guilty to 1 count of forcible touching. He still faces a lawsuit accusing him of rape. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
The federal mask mandate for traveling is extended.
The Biden administration is extending its mask mandate for plane, train, and bus travel through May 3rd, an additional 15 days past the original April 18 deadline. Although COVID cases remain low in the U.S., federal health officials are concerned the highly infectious Omicron subvariant BA2 has been driving slight increases in average daily cases since early April. A CDC spokesperson tells Fox News the agency wants to assess the potential impact this will have on severe disease, hospitalizations, and healthcare system capacity. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
E-cigarette maker Juul Labs agrees to pay Washington State more than $22 million to settle a consumer protection lawsuit accusing the largest e-cigarette company in the U.S. of targeting underage consumers and deceiving smokers about the addictiveness of its product. Under the settlement, Juul also agrees to a variety of reforms to prevent underage use and sales. It's the company's 4th settlement with states in the past year, but other lawsuits continue. Some businesses will face a new Amazon surcharge.
Merchants that sell products on Amazon's website will be hit with a 5% fuel and inflation fee beginning on April the 28th. The new surcharge, which won't be permanent, is a first for the e-commerce giant. The new fee will apply to U.S. sellers who use fulfillment by Amazon. The change amounts to an extra 24 cents per product stored and shipped. Inflation has skyrocketed in recent months, and gas prices have surged since the Russia-Ukraine conflict, with businesses grappling with rising cost.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. Ride-sharing companies Uber and Lyft tacked on fuel surcharges last month. Oil prices rising again today, getting back over $104 a barrel. But a late surge on Wall Street, the Dow up 345 at the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. It appears the island remains on the right track toward lifting some of the governor's pandemic restrictions as low numbers continue to be reported at the hospital and there continues to be a low positivity rate for COVID-19. The governor last week announced that the outdoor mask mandate would be lifted by Tuesday the 19th, along with a cap on social gatherings if those numbers remain low. Her spokeswoman told the Guam Daily Post, generally, we remain on track to stay on course to lift the outdoor mask mandate. Now, should this remain the case, individuals will not be required to wear masks in outdoor settings, but are to continue wearing their masks indoors. Restrictions on indoor social gatherings are expected to be lifted, as will be the social distancing requirements for inside and outside. On May 5th, if the island continues to maintain its low level of risk, individuals will no longer be required to wear masks indoors, according to Adelup. But the administration also has indicated that spikes in cases or hospitalizations could delay or undo the lifting of any restrictions. Now, Adelup points to the news that was reported out of Philadelphia, where the mask mandate was reimposed after a spike was seen in cases. But if senators have their way, the whole matter may be moot, as a resolution will make its way to the session floor this morning. That resolution could do away with the governor's public health emergencies altogether. The resolution, introduced by Senator Chris Duenas, is up for debate this morning at the session hall. Duenas does say that he will call for a committee of the whole to get the stakeholders, Adelup, to give their input on the measure. The administration, of course, has been opposed to the legislative intrusion, saying lifting the health emergency would result in millions of dollars in federal aid being taken away from thousands of Guam families. Session this morning is set for 9 o'clock. And the Archdiocese will hold an anti-abortion prayer service at 11 this morning. It is Holy Thursday. Archbishop Michael Byrne will speak about the sacredness of life alongside members of the Guam Catholic Pro-Life Committee. He will provide an update as well to his message of last week, given last week, regarding the recently introduced Guam Heartbeat Act of 2022. Parishioners are asked to join at 10:30 this morning. We'll have more news right after this.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
The University of Guam went before the legislature yesterday in this latest round of budget hearings. The university requesting about $41.3 million in appropriations for next fiscal year, with the bulk of that request consisting of funding for general operations at nearly $34 million. Speaker Therese Terlahi did point out that the request is about $13 million more than what the governor requested in her executive request. In fact, it's $11 million more than what they asked for last fiscal year. UOG is asking for $4.2 million to fund its student financial aid programs, $1.6 million for capital improvement, and $1.6 million in continuing special appropriations for various programs. During the budget talks last fiscal year, the university requested a flat general operations budget, but part of that included a 5% increase in tuition, leading the speaker to ask whether the university anticipated another tuition hike. The president, Thomas Kreis, says that the tuition increase was offset by rebates using the American Rescue Plan funding, and they anticipate just continuing on that path. And 7 men charged in a brutal attack at the Dededo skate park will wait a little bit longer for their trial. The men appeared in court this week, and while the jury selection was set to begin next week, defense attorneys continue to wait for evidence to be handed over from the government. The judge said that the trial may be delayed for another 2 months to allow the parties more time to prepare. The co-defendants are scheduled back in court on May 3rd. According to the Post, an 8th suspect was also charged separately in the attack. You'll recall that the riot took place at the Dededo Skate Park in early March. It left 2 people with severe injuries, the 2 sent to the hospital, one of them with a stab wound to his eye. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
That's a hallmark of safety here on Guam, is our children being able to go to the skate park anytime they want to and enjoy themselves in the 4 wheels and the blades and the skatey things and all that stuff. No, I guess not. Always going to be some kind of thug hanging out and giving the kids a hard time. Where are we now? 6:11 in the morning already? Sun came up 2 minutes ago, just FYI. It's already bright outside, and it's headed in that direction as we make our way through spring and summer. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for today. Even though we said that yesterday, all I got was a light misting every once in a while. Hey, you know what I did? Because it was I burned. I don't know, it was cardboard. I hate looking at it. I don't want to throw it away because I don't want it to take up any space in a landfill. So I figured I'd just go out and burn the stuff and do my part to contribute to maintaining a healthy solid waste system here on Guam. Ray. Thank you very much. It might still be burning. I don't know. I just a note, if you're one of my neighbors and it still smells like it's burning, can you take your garden hose over there? Partly sunny today, highs near 86 degrees, southeast winds 10 to 14 miles an hour. Tonight we've got mostly cloudy skies, overnight lows 77 degrees, southeast winds 7 to 9 miles an hour, about the same thing for tomorrow. Partly sunny tomorrow, mostly cloudy by the time it gets to be tomorrow night, and an early look at Saturday calls for partly sunny skies, highs near 88 degrees. The sun's coming out, but there's so much high-level clouds. It's hard to get a peek. I don't know if we're going to be calling for grill marks this weekend, but I will call it I will say bikini weekend. It's okay, go out there on the beach, bring a couple of towels, because it won't be hot enough to dry you off. Rip currents and hazardous surf warnings in effect, so keep the bikinis on the beach, please. Sunset tonight will be at 6:34. Hashtag tell the others. It's 6:13. There's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
For the freshest deal around, check out the Make Your Own Salad Special at Ruby Tuesday Guam. From now until April 15th, you can serve yourself at their Fresh Garden Bar for just $8.99. And you can build up your plate with an add-on of grilled chicken breast or grilled salmon fillet for just $3.99 more. It's a fresh deal at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Security Title, Ron and Kim. You hear the phrase escrow all the time, and maybe even you've said the word. Well, I don't know. I'm going to wait until it closes escrow and don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's okay. It's okay. A lot of people do that. For details on what escrow is and how they can walk you through that process without too much of a whole bunch of hassles, definitely check out Ron and Kim at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Closed escrow yesterday.
Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Escrow is not a good start word for Wordle today. I'll just tell you that right now. I felt good about my start word because it gave me an E in the right place, and an I, and an N, and I thought, this is gonna be fun. And then it was followed by 2.5 minutes worth of torture until I finally was able to get it in 4. I feel very, very average. We're shooting for average again today. You want to do that?
Of course,
reach for the stars.
Nothing but the best for you.
But the low stars. We'll reach for the very low stars today. I don't know. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you. It's Thursday, Holy Thursday. And now, with all of the religious implications and obligations for today, Mona, what are we supposed to be doing on Holy Thursday?
Is there a thing? Is
Holiday tomorrow, right?
No, you know what today is? Today's the day. Holy Thursday. If I remember it correctly, this is the day that we go to Payless and we buy the egg dye and the extra
That's
vinegar.
right, yeah.
We boil it up. You remember that? You come home and everybody,
correct.
hey, we're gonna have adobo. We're having adobo for dinner tonight. This is awesome. And then you go in there and there's like 4 pots with different colored egg dyes in them, and then you got the little egg. You get the little egg holder, and you got to dip it into the coloring for exactly the right amount of time. And then you flip it over and try to be. And then they came out with the ones where you just need a hair dryer, right? You wrap the egg in a little piece of plastic thing, and then you
shrink wrap it.
You shrink wrap. You shrinky dink it. Like back in the olden days.
The same,
what's the new technology now? What is the new egg thing technology? That I'm sure
Well,
there's.
they do glitter eggs.
Glitter eggs.
Glitter eggs. You put like a little glitter on it.
Yeah.
Then decoupage it.
Decoupage?
Yeah,
We decoupage? We decoupage. Come with the fromage.
But then it's no fun eating those eggs.
No.
Yeah, how many of those actually get eaten?
I know.
Egg sandwiches for days.
So I like a hard-boiled egg. That's generally what if I eat eggs anymore these days. They're hard-boiled eggs, so they just get they throw them in there and get the water boiling for about 10 minutes, and or as the case may be, depending on how busy I am or what's happening on social media, how many reels I'm watching. Leave it in the pot until there's no more water. I've done that.
Until the smoke alarm goes off.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? You can still eat them.
Yeah.
Right?
They're still fertile, right?
But they'll still open up. They might be a little bit rubbery, but the truth of the matter is you can still eat those eggs.
The grayer the yolk, the better, right?
You know what? I'll ask Macros later. I'll ask Macros. Are you ready for today's fear porn?
Oh, no. Boy.
I need fear porn sound
Are
effects.
you ready?
Stand by for the fear porn. There's a new variant, and I know you're going, Ray. We know about the BA.2 variant. We've read about that in all of the trade magazines in the news. No. There's a new variant that you need to know about, and it is called the XE variant.
That's gender neutral?
Well, I don't know what. We'll have to check. It is a recombinant variant.
Okay.
Are you ready for that?
Oh, I'm ready for it.
You know what?
Can you explain, please?
How in what new way can I get COVID?
Okay, so what it means, if I understand it correctly,
Sexually transmitted COVID.
It's not a sexually transmitted COVID.
I'm just checking.
But and we should. I think there should be research on something like that. No, it is a recombinant variant, which means that it is. If I understand it correctly, it might be. You remember the Delta? You remember we had Delta, and then there was Omicron, and then there's BA2. Well, it's possible that somebody might have Delta and the BA2. When the two of them get together in variant land,
wow.
You know, they've got the little kind of a groovy little shack up place
cousins,
for the
man.
variants.
Ooh.
And
It's
then
like a Kim Kardashian Pete.
they make a new
Davidson.
one.
Yeah.
They Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
So is this new one? Is it a bad one or is it tough or?
Okay, well, so far they're like 7 people on the planet have it, so we're not really sure, whether it's going to kill people in huge numbers or whether it's
lock everything down,
super spreader. Yeah. Philadelphia
Shut
had it
everything.
right. Philly had it right. It's 6:19 in the morning. That guy there, that's Real Joe. He calls. No, he doesn't call. He gets the phone when you call. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Mean Machine is online. My buddy Tom sent me a couple of graphs. I know I don't like to talk about graphs and numbers on the radio, but it's just so much fun to be able to put these up here. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is truth. It is truth. If you listen to anything coming, almost said the word bull something on the radio, but it would be BS. Whenever Jen Psaki or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris talks, you can guarantee that there is a thick layer of BS on it. They're now referring to the inflation that we have as Putin inflation.
Wow!
And you're going, really? Putin is everything. All of the bad things in the world have happened now because Putin invaded Ukraine. You remember all of that? 50 days ago, something like that. And so this is a chart on the screen right now, and this will show you in very, very clear numbers towards the edge of it here. This is when Biden took office, and look at what's happening to inflation. And the peaks in inflation since then, right? It's all straight up.
That's not a good times graph, huh?
No, it's not a good times graph. So here, this one here is this little green spot here where it says Putin. Yeah, that is indicative of the time since Putin has invaded Ukraine. So, so the inflation, we were already headed in that direction and already at peak inflation for 2022, and then Putin invaded. exacerbating things, if you will. So I think that might be one of the more interesting. I think you can overlay that on everything: price of oil, crime rates, pit bulls with AIDS, all of those kinds of things. I've got a couple of other graphs that I want to show you as well, but I'm going to save it. You know why? I've got to pace myself. I don't know if I got 4 hours. I don't know if I got 4 hours in me, Joe.
Let's do a marathon.
You think I might have 4 hours in me?
Yes, you
might
do.
be able to do finish the show all the way through
Yes,
without blathering for the last 20 minutes. I worry about that.
I love your red
sometimes.
shirt, man.
This is a red shirt in honor of Paul Zerzan. I'm wearing a red shirt today.
Red rice.
Okay, so I bring up Paul Zerzan's name for a reason. Because he's in today's PDN.
Oh, really?
He's got a very, very short editorial contribution. Short enough that I'll be able to read it.
Is he lonely again? Or
I don't know if
wants
he's
to talk. Or?
I don't know if he's lonely. I don't know if it's a therapy, is a call for help. I don't know.
What's it about? I didn't see the picture.
You'll find out later. In the meantime, I've got to introduce you. That is my baby sister, Mata Silva Tyron. She's going to take care of news and information. You know what I got? You know what? You'll like this. You'll appreciate this. And I got some leftovers. I might have enough for you. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get a picture. I'm gonna put it up on the screen.
We saved some for you. I love it when they say
it
that.
wasn't the Burger King, that's for sure.
No, what?
None of it was left.
Well, because you're just not a here person when that stuff comes. I don't know. What do you want? What do you want me to do? Okay, wait.
You live close by.
Well, that's the whole
He
point.
tells everybody to bring the food after 8:30. That's the way it goes here.
I know.
You know what? If you want to get food delivered earlier, you talk to Rudy Rodolfo. He's the guy that sets up the schedules and all of that stuff. So let me get. I want to get something on the screen here that you will appreciate. This is what I did.
Spam musubi.
It's not spam musubi. This is what kept me occupied yesterday. I got one of those things.
No, I don't want any of
You don't
those.
want any of that?
Wow.
No, you don't.
It's that white
This is so
picket.
cool. I've got this ugly chain link door at the house.
That's sweet.
And I
Ray.
don't want to
A
change
little
it.
privacy.
But so
but it's
exactly.
nice.
So nobody can see me lounging in my dirty underwear in on the side porch
skid
above the
marks,
house.
yeah.
So you went to the front yard in your dirty underwear to take a picture.
Yes, I did. Yep. There's the
I
neighbors
can
moved
see
out.
yourself just kind of standing around going, look at the job I did.
Hey, how about that?
Look at what I
Here,
did.
this is what it looks like
Having
from the
a
other
few
side.
beers,
Look at it.
looking
Okay,
at that
this
thing.
Front of the house, side of the house.
Look at
Front of the house, side of the house.
I am an accomplished individual.
So I know this is Home Depot. This 101. But the point is that I did something yesterday. I accomplished something yesterday, and I was
I'm
happy.
proud of you. So you have spare what for me?
I got some more of that white stuff.
Okay,
That
to
goes on the
cover-
chain link.
to cover, like, 2
people can
feet
see-
of my
we've
fence.
got-
2 feet
We've
of
got
your
this
fence.
ugly hurricane fencing here on Guam, but there's a weave
What
that
part
you can
of my
put.
fence do you think you're going to give me leftovers for?
I'll talk to Phil. Never mind. 6:23 in the morning. All right, let me talk to these husbands here. Some of the wives.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name.
Jealous.
You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
6:24 in the morning. That's it. That's it. She's jealous. She's jealous.
Did you have a permit for that, bro?
No. Yeah, for the homeowners
We
association.
want to foil your permit, Ray.
The homeowners association came down and said, "What a mighty fine job! Thank you." Because I've done that. The property values of all of the homes in the neighborhood are going up. Even that slummy,
Yeah.
the ice house up the
Even
street.
the ones in escrow.
Yeah, the escrow one. So 6:24 in the morning. All right, number one on the from the app of record, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like it's Pete Guerrero coming in at number one.
Wow, Pete.
Rico must still be in Facebook jail. Mercy Wenzel is there. Got a bunch of interesting names in the top 10 here this morning, including Anthony Bennett, Luan Duenas over on number 3, Dennis Benzer. Interesting. Dennis noting that Pam was sharing the feed even before it had popped up on the Facebook thing. In fact, I went looking for the feed and I couldn't find it. Mark Cruz had liked it already, so I clicked on that. Which is odd because Mark Cruz liking the feed already, and he doesn't show up in the top 10. So weird. So
Yeah.
science. Mark, I blame Zuckerberg. We got JB St. Nicholas online. There's Harvey Egna, Keena McCausland saying,
Harvey.
another birthday over at Keena's place. Happy birthday to my niece, Amanda Uzoa Mendiola. Do we have an age there, Keena? If you could supply that to us a little bit later on, we'll put that in with all the other important birthdays, including Sarah, is it Sarah Michelle Gellar?
Oh, Sarah Michelle.
Sarah Michelle Gellar, Buffy the Vampire Slayer,
Vampire Slayer.
and all of the Scooby-Doo movies. All the Scooby-Doo movies, totally crushing on her. I had a hard time, though, because I didn't know whether, because it's Sarah Michelle Gellar. She got this, she just, yeah. And then the girl that played, who's the other girl in the Scooby-Doo?
Velma?
Velma.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But anyway, so those are celebrity birthdays today. Gerald Young, Manning and Ning, Ray just had Sandra's mom and dad. Dennis Larson online saying good morning, Ray, RJC and Mana. MT Farron and Steve Applegate, good morning to Patty Cruz, Chech Uggan, Norma Jean, and Eric Roberto are there. What's that? Dennis Benzer says, fear, highly contagious. That new story needs more trigger words. What's wrong? Pit bulls with AIDS. I like that one. That works for me. Tony Uggan watching. Jay Rojas.
Happy birthday, Jay
Oh,
Rojas.
mahalos. It's
It
really
is
his birthday.
It really is his birthday today. Nice.
On
What a
Guam.
Happy
On Guam,
35th,
so
bro.
you get two.
special friend. So underneath Tony Uggan's name, it says "Bring them on camera"
Ooh.
on the app. And I've never.
Uh-oh.
One of these days, guys,
like
I'm going to cross the stream.
Sounds like a challenge.
It does sound like a challenge because I don't know what happens when you
Uh-oh.
say, "Hey, let's bring him on camera." Will it affect what we're
That's
transmitting
like
on?
Catch Me Outside.
How do I and can I undo it? Sarah Lake says, "Orange, you glad you're here today? Love you, baby." Henry Manglotnia online, and let me see, Lonnie Solis, Marshall Wong. There we go. Ismail Velez says, "CDC equals calm down, Chuck." Jay Nauta, the other Jay, Mike Grace Plus, Jose Tetpahago online, Joe Dizon, Justin Estacio is watching, and just like Tony, it says, "Bring them on camera." This is Zucker's challenging me here. Johnny Martinez is watching. Linda Gabriel online. Mark and Francis Ismail is there. Ismail, Orange, you glad you're here today. Sarah Lake, because if you don't die, you live. If you survive, you're alive. There it is. Just some more words of wisdom from Adelou. Dale Audette is hanging out with us this morning. So is Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola. Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada.
Oh, Biba.
Hey, Ave LT. Can we start calling him that? Ave LT. Hey, you want to put your sign in my house? Because I got that white thing on the chain link fence. It looks better now.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'll let you and Felix put your sign up at my house if you paint the outside white. Could we do that? It's time to
Do
start
you know
asking
that
for
Tony
favors.
actually had a sign at your house before?
Yes.
Yeah,
Once
he did.
upon a time,
He sure did.
before I lived there. But now there's new occupants, Tone. We have to renegotiate whatever the deal is. And I'm going for.
There's deals going down. Huh?
I want white primer, and then I want a cover of. I want it to be I want it to be kind of an eggshell white on the outside,
Yeah.
but not glossy. I want it to. You know what I want it to look like? I want it to look like those whitewash houses in Greece.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm
Very
shooting
nice,
for.
Ray.
Yeah, and some red bougainvillea, but no thorns. If it's possible, if you could possibly work that out. Bob and Connie Bartonico online. I see Mark and Francis Ishmael. Anna Marie is there. There's Rudy Rodolfo right there. Is online. Good morning,
Your Majesty.
Havade, Ray, Mana, Joe, and Jerry. Rudy, a request the next time that you're going to be sending food by the radio station, you'll need to do it before 8:30. Watch, he's going to go. Somebody's going to get fired today because I'll bet you he told that when they brought the melts over last time, make sure you get there before 8:30 because Mana, and it didn't come in until what, 9, right? Yeah. Yep. But somebody on unemployment now. That's the way it is. Greg Baz Knight is there. I got George Cabrera and Cheta Lihun is watching this morning. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Bill Morag. And good morning to John Ray Taitano, Perlita Delamar Garcia, Anthony Tovis, Josh Desiree Lesonco online. I got Colin Clark says, I got some. Colin, can I use that picture that you sent me yesterday? The distracted driving picture? Actually, I should check with the FCC whether I can use that picture or not. It's nice. Warm hands. Andreas Cruz is online. Perlita Delamar Garcia. And if I said the name before, it's too bad because I just like saying it. Pat Saho's there. Zayt Timinglu. Francis Sunga. James Barcinas. Joining all the other Barcinases that we've got here. I got, I'm looking at Dan Russell. Jeff Pleadwell, the original pirate from Pirates Cove. Kia Turner. Did you look at that picture to see which one of the...
Kia Turner.
Yeah, did you? You were supposed to right-click on that.
Yeah, those are all her sisters.
Oh, they're sisters?
They're all hot.
Which
yeah.
one is they're all hot?
Yeah.
Okay. Right click, just saying. Joy and Pinko is there. Renee Benny, Tina Garcia, Vicente Duenas, Mary Jane Villagomez. I see you, Drew Tenorio, Ken Polino. Dennis is mad at me because I'm giving spoilers. What was I'm trying to remember what? My start word, knife. Knife. You know why?
Knife.
Yeah, because Miami. I don't know. I want to get the rest of. Scary, isn't it? When I say knife and then my daughter's name. Okay, so they're traveling. And I told her, keep me posted. Let me know what's up, all of that stuff, and send pictures. And so far, she sent me pictures of all. She sent me a picture. It's her in the lavatory of a United flight, and she's holding like 5 or 6 of these United hand sanitizers.
Wow!
Saying, I'm bringing these home for you.
Swag.
Thanks, baby. Also, I stole the utensils, but TSA took my knife. So apparently, if you steal the knife from United, TSA gets it back and gives it back to Sam Shinohara.
Oh my God,
Simon Sanchez online. CT Guam. Sherry Iriarte. But you got to keep the blanket, right? You tell me they didn't find the blanket. Sherry Iriarte online. Egg dyeing and decorating was so much fun. Now it's all plastic eggs, so stale. Yeah, I was at Payless the other day. I told you about that adventure, and I was looking at a family off on the side, and this is one of those things. It's just one of those. It's a trigger that they'll put every once in a while in front of the cash registers.
Oh yeah,
yeah. A bag. It's a huge bag. It looked like one of those 20-pound bags of ice, but it was filled with plastic eggs. And the question that the little kid was asking is, can we just get this? And then I don't have to look for them on Sunday. I mean, this is a smart kid. This kid's got ready for Youth Congress. You know what I mean?
They're using now.
Mark Voitlin is in. Don't tell the governor the mass clock will start all over again, he says. Mike Grace Bloss and Jolynn Mansfield, Danny Guerrero, Frank Muffness, Brad Wood is in there. Putinflation. No, it's Bidenflation, bro. Ken Brown watching the show from the stage. Zoe McDonald, that's the other McDonald online. Sally Sell, John Meyerich, Alfred Wayne Cabo. Hey, Chairman, good to see you. Felix Berto Duenas, Gemma Bustamante. There's Tammy Bomba. Hi, pretty. And Lonnie Salas, Sama Joy, Austin Harris. Is that like a name of a hero on a TV show?
Oh, yeah.
Better call Harris. Get Harris in here. He'll straighten the old lady out. Yeah. Ed Collado, Evelyn Bernardo. I got John, Maggie Woods, and it looks like that might be it for all the new names. Pam Duvall also online. And the big question put out on APB, where is Sarita Garin? I made it all the way through the huge list that we've got here. Is it possible that Sarita has gone over to the dark side with James Howard on YouTube? Is it possible he's over there? I'll have to refresh that screen because it says that the connection is on, but I don't see me in the thing. All right, stand by. Hold on. James Howard, Gemma Bustamante on that side. Marlena Carbolito Castro Marlo is over on that side. Japan plus Guam. Looking for Who's Your Daddy? Who's Your Big Daddy 06. Don't see that one yet. There he is. Okay, so looks like the usual crowd is together. And I'll tell you what, the YouTube side is growing for a lot of different reasons. And I think because a lot of guys know it's okay for them to snipe even me on that side. Right?
Yeah.
Every once in a while, the Boonie Dog will take a snipe at me.
Fact checkers won't get you there, bro.
No fact checking on the YouTube side, none whatsoever. 6:34 in the morning. All right, a bunch of items in the table of contents, and I already teased the idea that Paul Zerzan, and I'm wearing my red shirt today in honor of Paul Zerzan. He's in the PDN in the news section, and he's written. It's a small piece. It's a small piece, so even Julian Jensen can read it. Should I read it slow just in case he's listening?
Yes, slow, Ray.
Special English?
Yes.
For the progressives? Studies show that women who give birth have a longer life expectancy, a lower risk of cancer, a reduced risk of diabetes, that is if they breastfeed, better memory, and are happier in middle age than women who don't give birth. This means the pro-abortionists that claim abortion is a woman's health issue are incorrect. Abortion is about the health of an unborn baby. The debate about abortion concerns a single question. Does an unborn baby have a right to life? Abortion is the killing of an unborn baby, and no amount of bombastic and evasive debate can alter this simple fact, says Paul Zerzan. So he says, so it is, right? Okay, so this is the part here, and again, the reason why I'm wearing this shirt in his honor today, just kind of, it's, there's a word for it, I don't know what it is, even though I'm a man of words. Not science, not law, but words. And I don't know how to describe that feeling that you get when you and the weird guy in class are in complete and total agreement. That what is there? I
don't know, man.
You're a man of words
Is he
as
the
well.
villain or the hero in this?
I'm just looking at it going, I'm agreeing. This might be one of the first times in 10 years that I've actually agreed with something that come out of Paul Zerzan's mouth, and it is so. I don't know where I am.
Savor the flavor, Ray.
I used to know where I was in the universe, but now with this revelation, it's just. I think, Joe, it's changed everything. I think it's changed everything. It might take me as long as a whole newscast to resort where I am in the planet, in the universe, in time and history and all that. It's 6:36 in the morning. Now with news, etc. Here's Mana Silva Tyron. Mana, what happened?
Well, the governor's office says that we're on track toward lifting the governor's pandemic restrictions, at least for the mask wearing on the outside. The governor last week announced that the outdoor mask requirement would be lifted by Tuesday. The her spokesperson told the Guam Daily Post that generally we are on track. Should this remain the case, individuals won't be required to wear masks outdoors beginning next week, Tuesday. Restrictions on indoor social gatherings are also expected to be lifted. And then if we continue on the course, May 5th might be the date when the mask requirement is lifted indoors and outdoors. But if senators have their way, the whole matter could be moved. A resolution up for discussion this morning when session resumes. The resolution by Senator Chris Dueñas seeks to lift the governor's public health emergency altogether. Senator Dueñas says that he expects to call a committee of the whole to get the administration to chime in. The administration has said that they are opposed to the legislative intrusion, saying that lifting the health emergency could result in millions of dollars being taken away from thousands of Guam families. Session this morning starts at 9 o'clock. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Oh, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cough while you were doing the mask mandate story.
Corona.
Wuhan. Wuhan. Say Wuhan. Because it annoys the progressives.
Yeah.
There's no, you can't call it the Chinese flu. You're not allowed to do that because, it's... Because it makes us feel bad in our hurty place. This is interesting, though. Colin Clark, online here this morning, says Senator Frank Uggan arrived on island. No, he isn't running. So you saw him?
Oh, wow.
This story is...
waving Frank.
Waving Frank Uggan?
Yes.
Yeah. As in, write me in. I want to be governor.
Oh, something's going down,
I wonder how many people, like right now, I mean, here we are, 2 years into COVID-19, runaway inflation, gas prices like we never seen before, empty shelves at the grocery stores. Wonder how many of you right now are wishing that you'd actually written in Frank Uggan. I mean, I did. I don't have buyer's remorse here. I wrote in Frank Uggan in that election, and unfortunately he didn't win. I kind of knew he wouldn't, but I thought, you know what, I'm going to give this a shot just in case. And I'm also saying that because I'd like the possibility, Frank, if you're listening, 671-888-8255, 671-888-TALK. Let me know where you've been, and if you are not running, then what are you doing? All eyes on the Guam Election Commission to see if he kind of slinks around there.
He's going to sneak in there, man, with a hood.
Trench coat, dark, big hat, dark glasses, one of these big bucket hats like the kids are wearing. All right, anyway, 6:38 in the morning. So much to talk about and so much to amaze you with. You will come away with this going, I'd always listen to the program because he's warm and intelligent, but wow, Ray is absolutely amazing today. All of that is ahead here on the program.
Hafa, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with Daily Insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Tony says it's a conundrum. I'm in a conundrum.
Yeah, it's a
When
conundrum.
you and the weird guy in class are on the same page and you're going, wow, this has never happened before. Oh, my God, what am I going to say? Some kind of a conundrum. Appreciate that. I'm sorry. I'm just taking with some of the points here that are being made on the Facebook Live. And, guys, there's a bunch of different ways that you can take in the program. You can hear us live on the radio, 93.3 FM. You can tune in on the point.gu website. If you absolutely need anonymity, like if you work at the governor's office and don't want them to know that you're secretly laughing along with my jokes, go to the point.gu. And you can stream it on the app, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, and both places I've got comments enabled, so I'm able to see what it is that you guys are thinking on a real-time basis. I was talking about Frank Uggan. Bam! All of a sudden, here comes Pam Duvall says, when Frank Cologne Uggan, his and his kisses people, his heavy cologne rubs off on you and leaves you feeling yucky.
Oh, Paco Rabanne.
Is it? Is that the fragrance?
No, I don't know, man.
I'm just thinking, maybe that's what caused him the election. Maybe there should have been
Noir.
more. You know what? Maybe I'm thinking. I'll bet you Alicia was telling him, you need to change your cologne. He's like, no, I'll do everything else. I'll do everything else. I'll wear this in Ahi, I swear, but I'm not changing my cologne. I've been wearing this since.
Since Dueñas.
Since lights.
I can't go on. It's 6:41 in the morning. 888-8255 is the telephone number. Got to do some shouts to my guys. Last couple of days left to enjoy the incredible Lenten menu they've got over at Mescal. Do you know what they've got? All right, let me finish the thing. 479-2652 for reservations over at Mescal. Crab-crusted Chilean sea bass. They've got a lobster pad caproa, parrotfish escabeche, spicy butter shrimp and fish tacos, and more. But did you see, if you follow Mescla or Chef Peter on Instagram, they've got this thing. It's like the meal in a bag. And it looks like a TV dinner. And so you like all of the things that you like. There's short ribs and pork chops, and I think they got fried powder. No, they got we got to find Chef Peter and talk about this. I don't know how much they're willing to talk about because it looked like it's just ready to hit the marketing stage yet.
A bag. That sounds nice. Thank you for the bag.
In a bag. So cool. And so I'm going to see if I can dig around. I don't know. I probably should have sent it to myself like I did. Are you ready for more hate today? Are you ready, Real Joe? I know
every day, Ray.
It's Thursday in Holy Week, and I don't know. I was already in a conundrum. I was already conundrumized over the picture that they came out with the Chris Dueñas on it. Talking about how he doesn't care about 40,000 children that won't be able to eat now or won't be able to eat as much. They won't be able to go back for their fifth course of their meal because Chris Dueñas, he doesn't want them to do that. He wants to end the public health emergency, yada, yada, yada. You've seen that version of the hate. There is a new version of the hate, and I'll bring it to you next. Here on the program. Go ahead, Joe. It's okay. I didn't know where I was going either. I didn't know. End of the break, beginning of a break, traffic. I don't know what the heck is going on here. We need everybody needs to be a little bit more careful. Actually, a lot more careful on the roadway yesterday. There is all kinds of mystery that happens on Marine Corps Drive. Usually around 5 o'clock. Usually around Auto Spot. Yesterday, apparently, a pedestrian trying to make his way across the road and miscalculated, I suppose, and that was a cause for heavy duty traffic right there in the middle of drive time. On screen right now. We'll start with the south end of Guam. Not a whole lot happening over at Big Navy in Sumai. Although today, welcome aboard party for the USS Annapolis.
Oh, Annapolis.
Did you see that? We got another submarine. We got another one of these fast boomy submarines now here on Guam. So just a note to the Commodore, Commander, Captain, Skipper, I don't know what they call you in the boat. Dude, boss, try not to drive into the earth anymore. Try to stay in the wet part. Don't try to make the submarine point straight
0
down.
0 degree down bubble.
Yeah, exactly. We watch enough submarine movies around here. We get it. So, but anyway, more on that a little bit later. So nothing else happening in the downtown Gatineau area. Smooth sailing. Doesn't look like there's anything going on up in Dededo either. Might be a little bit of traffic just north of the Harmon Loop Road. But otherwise, everything is clear all the way up to Anderson Air Force Base where... you didn't get a submarine. 6:44, be right back.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Right on, gotcha. 888-825-888-TALK. I say that to stall, to give myself a little bit of extra time because I need to pull up. There's the picture I was looking for. I need to talk about this because it's important. Check Nissan first is the headline on this. Nissan provides the value you want with the features you need. So see us first. Top 10 best interiors on the planet on a vehicle that is not going to set you back too much. It's a Sentra SV 22.9. 22.9. For this, $22.9 for this, and so you got a great-looking car, super interior, all of the bells and whistles that you need to feel like you're driving in a 21st century car without paying, 31st century prices. $22.9 gets you rear automatic braking, standard, easy fill tire alert, standard, blind spot warning, standard, intelligent key doors, push button start, rear parking sensors, incredible first class on airplane legroom that you cannot find anywhere else in this price range. $22.9 for a Sentra waiting for you now at NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
.647, Ray Gibson Show, wearing my red shirt in honor of Paul Zerzan in today's Pacific Daily News, talking about abortion equals bad. It's a devil's thing. So, and now I find myself in an unusual place where right off the bat, right at the headline level, I'm already agreeing with Paul Zerzan. I'm the guy that got just a day or two's worth of chuckles about the red rice, orange rice thing. I think I'm sweating. I think I'm sweating. And I don't know. It's possible that Bob Klitsky may feel the same way here as he's reading that this morning, going, wait a second, I'm on the same page as the weird guy. What's going on? What's going on with this world there, Bob Klitsky?
Well, there are a few of us who have their heads screwed on right and know an issue when they see it and know how to talk about it, and they're not intimidated by the cancel culture.
Good.
Paul Zerzan's one.
He is absolutely one of them. You might not always agree, but he's always got the temerity to come up with a position and stay there for good. I wanted, by talking about that, and the other thing I want to illustrate today, it is amazing just how much hate there is out there, and as you point out, an inability to stay on topic. Now, I found this in social media yesterday, and I'll put it up on the screen, and maybe even send it to Jose so he can have it for you as well. And it is a screen cap from social media, arguably put together by the same bunch of haters that did that hit piece with Chris Duenas. And so this guy is the star of a TV show called Office, and he's got a whiteboard in front of him. Whatever he was talking about, they erased that and instead put this stuff up here. It says, the heartbeat bill was introduced by Tilena Nelson, Amanda Shelton, Tony Adda, Chris Duenas, and Frank Blas Jr. because they don't want you to realize that they aren't passing any bills that will actually help with the rising cost of housing, food, or gas. And I'm going, what kind of argument is that? What are you trying to say here? What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to say that these people are bad because they haven't passed any of what you consider to be meaningful legislation on rising cost of housing, food, or gas? What's that got to do with abortion? What do they call that kind of a argument there, Your Honor?
Straw man fallacy.
Straw man fallacy. I've heard you and Jose talking about that over the last couple of days. What is it? Legal notebook time here. Give me a few more examples of that and why you don't want to use that if you want to win a debate or an argument.
Well, the straw man fallacy arises when there is an exchange, an argument, right? And the person with the short end of the argument, instead of sticking to the argument, constructs another issue which he is able to beat with a stick. He constructs another issue that he is able to win on, and then wins that, and then declares victory over in the principal argument. So the created argument is the straw man argument. He builds an argument out of straw, then comes along with a stick and beats it up and says, well, there you go. And that's exactly what this, the example that you gave. You know, I can't win on the abortion argument, so I'll win on the unproductive senator argument instead.
We'll try to reposition you that way and saying, okay, this is the only thing that you can be successful on or whatever. It is an interesting way to fight this battle, and I think kind of one of the things is, if anything, is going to be a distraction to the people that are actually trying to figure out where they are, one way or the other. 6:50 in the morning, and something else that I heard you referring to, and there's a story in the newspaper about it this morning about how the Vigilance Group, the Vigilance Committee, and the Ethics Commission seem to be at odds on the purpose of the open government laws that we've got here on Guam. Heard you reference this the other day, where Jess King and the guys over at the Ethics Commission actually went into a closed door session, and they're not allowed to do that without some kind of notice.
Absolutely not, and it's shocking, you know. This ethics commission has been a boondoggle from the beginning.
Yes.
It's taken them 2 years to get to the point where all they're doing is breaking the open government law, and they do it apparently not from malice but from ignorance. If you read the article in the Post, there is language in the ethics commission statute that says that some of the things that they do are confidential. So they read that to mean, well, we can have what John O'Connor referred to as a private meeting. We don't notice it up as an executive session. We just have a private meeting, and we don't know what they were talking about in there, what they were doing in there, et cetera, all in the name of ethics here on the island. It's a travesty.
We're going to be ethical by hiding things from people. And then I think the other thing that came up, which was an interesting article as well, is apparently they need to nanny up over at the Ethics Commission because many of the people that are coming forward with these confidential ethical questions are entertaining suicidal thoughts.
And I thought that press release from Jesse Kanga was so horrible. You know, if that happened, if it really happened, why does he feel it necessary to broadcast that to the public? How does that help the Ethics Commission accomplish its mission?
I don't know. It's got kind of a youth congressy feel around it, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. It's sort of like, hey, guys, look at me. Here I am, and I'm really an important dude, and I'm going to tell you about suicide. I'm not going to tell you about ethics. I'm not going to tell you about the open government law, because I want to show you what a hero I am here.
Well, I tell you what, the next time I'm entertaining suicidal thoughts, maybe when they extend the mask mandate again, then I'm not going to entertain suicidal thoughts. I think I might just go and see if I can get a hug from Jesse and the people on the Ethics Commission.
Thanks a lot of sense, Ray.
Could save me some serious therapeutic numbers here, some therapy dollars. Yeah, of course we can go back to abortion.
Could we go back to abortion? Yeah, thanks. And the other thing about this straw man fallacy, and I talked about this on the show yesterday. This thing. Oh, this is just politics. So what they're doing is they're saying that the 5 people that introduced that bill and the thousands that support their effort are just crass, unprincipled politicians who don't care anything about life or abortion or anything like that. They're just playing this cynical game of political chess and hope they can get a victory out of it, having no interest whatsoever in saving the life of the baby. That's exactly what this person who did the straw man fallacy is doing, and that is evil. To say that you people don't have any ethical consideration, you don't have any moral underpinnings here. You're just playing a cynical political game.
Well, and here's the thing is that they own the language, and they can take whatever words they want to, choice among them, women's health among them, safety, whatever, and reissue them with their own set of definitions to meet their requirements, as opposed to speaking in plain truth and plain facts.
Exactly, and that's one of the reasons that on Tall Tales we don't allow the use of sloppy language to conceal what's actually going on.
And if you think this is interesting, just listen for his take on transgenderism in athletes.
Right.
You hear that laugh? That's the Bob Klitzky laugh. Thank you very much for queuing that one up. We'll get around to listening to that on Tall Tales this afternoon. Hugging a kiss to Auntie Lou. Thanks for the help.
Good talking to you, Ray.
All right. Always nice to get a definition from a guy that knows the words and knows exactly. Straw man argument. It's like, oh, man, I should have asked him about escrow. Well, and conundrum. Well, I had him on the line. Yeah, I missed a great opportunity for, what is it that Obama called it? A teaching moment. Doggone it. All right. So a couple of things that are, let me get this off the screen. Let's get this red shirt back on. Thank you very much. 6:55. There are a couple of things that are vital that we talk about here this morning, and one of them is the fact it's been in my head. And in fact, remember I told you I got all that gear in the backyard so that Dennis can come to my house and cook an amazing variety of foods on the hot plate and on the griddle. The flat top. Yeah, all that. All I need is gas. So I finally I've got a full thing of gas, and I got the empty from Dennis. Mana's going, oh God! But you know who I called first? Do you know who I called first?
The mayor.
No, I didn't call the mayor. Yes, I did call him. I did send the mayor. I did send the mayor. Yeah, I called Paco. Hey, Paco, you got any empty tanks over your place? I'll send you a picture of the one that he sent me. Is this okay? I don't know. It looks dangerous. But after the mayor, the first people I called were Gresco.
Oh, okay.
All right. Now, here's the story of Gresco. Gresco is one of these places. They were open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Easter Sunday, Christmas Day, New Year's, Super Bowl, whatever.
Do they sell the small containers?
Well, here's the headline. They're closed.
Oh.
Gresco is closed now. And I called up.
No wonder they're not answering the phone.
Yep. There we go. I thought I heard the rumor that things were going in that direction.
Man.
I like Gresco. I want to say that they saved Easter one year. And I can't remember whose house it was. It might have been Mom's house or might have been my place. It got to be Easter Sunday. There's literally a ham in the oven. And all of a sudden, there's no gas in either one of the tanks. We called the regular place. They're closed because it's a holiday. And picked up the phone and called Gresco. And they said, yeah, no problem. Give me the address. And they came over with another one of these 50, 100-pound deals. And we were able to eat our Easter ham. Well, it's always undercooked anyway. You think Shelley's listening?
Well, it's already cooked, so it's underwarmed.
In the thing. But it says here, to our valued customers, we understand that you have been an important customer to us, and we are so sorry to inconvenience you with the closure. It's been an honor to serve you over the years, but the continued business losses have made it unviable for us to keep running the business smoothly. We're thankful to customers like you who have supported us over the years. Your assistance and support is highly appreciated. Please mark the date of closure and contact us beforehand. They've got a website for an email address, tankreturn2022@gmail.com. And the reason why they got it, this is an important thing.
You get your refund.
You need to get your, there was serious, in the hundreds of dollars for these Gresco tanks. So here's the deposit, and if you want to get the deposit back, well, you give us the tank back. So there might be a whole heck of a lot of customers out there of Gresco that have got tanks. Due to the closure of all business, all Gresco tanks must be returned for disposal no later. You've got time. No later than Halloween 2022.
So all I got to do is collect a bunch of those and turn them in, man, and get some cash from that, bro?
Yeah. No.
Well, no.
You need to have a receipt.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's the stickler, though. You have to have your receipt. Who keeps that receipt?
I got a drawer. I have a drawer. In the drawer are receipts for deposits and payments, and also manuals for all of the heavy equipment and microwave ovens and all the other crap that I have in my house. I keep all of that kind of thing in special place. Hope you did as well. So long, Gresco. If there's, and I've been a customer of yours on and off over the years. If there's anything that I can do here to make this easier, help customers get their refunds and get the tanks back to you, by all means, reach out to us. 888-825-5888-TALK. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Fox News Live is coming up. No doubt more on that New York shooting that has got just everybody scratching their heads wondering what the heck is going on, or is this going to be another one of these like the Vegas shooter? Anybody remember that story that just kind of disappeared? Unbelievable. Well, let's watch and see. Here's Fox News Live, KUSG. Again, we are The Point.
The motive remains unclear. Elisa Brady, Fox News. But a lot of other blanks have been filled in today about yesterday's subway attack that injured 29 people, including 10 who were shot in New York City.
We have witnesses on the train who said he was sitting in the back corner of the second car, and he popped the smoke grenade. And we have one witness who says, what did you do? He goes, oops, and then he pops the two, brandishes the firearm, and fires 33 times.
NYPD Chief of Detectives James Essig, as investigators from multiple agencies announced that suspect Frank James was found and arrested without incident this afternoon in Manhattan after a tip, while detectives build the case against him.
He left the storage receipt. He obviously came in with the U-Haul van that was tied to his name, and they were able to connect the gun, the 9mm semi-automatic weapon, to him that was purchased back in 2011 in Columbus, Ohio.
Fox's Brian Yennis in Brooklyn. James is now charged with a federal terrorism offense, which could mean life in prison if convicted. The White House says President Biden wasn't trying to prejudge anything when he called what's happening in Ukraine genocide. Spokeswoman Jen Psaki says there is a legal process that will be followed, but that the president was speaking to what's felt about atrocities on the ground.
We're gaining greater access to areas. We have more intelligence on what's happening in areas. Leaders are speaking out more about it, and frankly, there's also reporting about what is happening on the ground.
She says the U.S. objective is to continue to help Ukrainians, pointing to the additional $800 million in military assistance authorized by the president today. Masking on planes, not over yet. The CDC extending a federal mask mandate for public transportation that includes planes through May 3rd, allowing more time to monitor rising COVID cases. America is listening to Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
A new warning about malware. Multiple federal agencies issuing a joint alert announcing the discovery of malicious cyber tools capable of gaining full system access to multiple industrial control systems. They're not saying who developed it. Fallout in Minneapolis from the recent teacher strike that led to a longer public school day and a shorter summer.
The Minneapolis School Board considering some changes to its plan to extend school days and the school year after some pushback from teachers, students, and parents.
This means that primary grade level students will be at school from 7:30 in the morning to 6 p.m. in the afternoon.
Why are you punishing us and we did nothing wrong? We did nothing to you guys.
Reaction at a Minneapolis School Board meeting as every school has lengthened instruction by 42 minutes per day and extended the school year by 2 weeks to the end of June to meet state mandated requirements following a teacher strike last month that shuttered schools for 15 days.
Fox's Jeff Manasso, the school board working with the teachers union, is not ruling out a possible change. It's that time of year. Graduation season.
Vitamin C's 1999 track Graduation Friends Forever, dubbed Billboard's top graduation song for the class of 2022. Green Day's Good Riddance, Time of Your Life, taking the #2 spot.
I hope you had the time of your life.
Followed by Queen's Don't Stop Me Now.
Stop me now. I'm having such a good time.
One Republic's Good Life and Good Old Days by Macklemore featuring Kesha, rounding out the top 5. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Wall Street bounces back with a rally. The Dow up 344 points today. The NASDAQ gaining more than 2%. Lisa Brady, this is Fox News.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Calaguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC is finger-licking good.
Off a day at 7:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Well, senators are scheduled to go back into session this morning, and first on the agenda is the public health emergency. A resolution was introduced by Senator Chris Duenas, who says that he's introduced his resolution that could do away with the governor's public health emergency altogether. That resolution up for debate, but Duenas says that he will call for a committee of the whole to get stakeholder input on the measure. The administration has been opposed to this legislative intrusion, saying lifting the health emergency could result in millions of dollars in federal pandemic aid being taken away from thousands of Guam families. Session this morning starts at 9 o'clock. The Rules Committee did meet yesterday afternoon and added some additional bills to the session agenda. One of those bills provides $5 million to the University of Guam for a student services center and an engineering building, as well as a measure to finally approve the master plan for the Hagåtña redevelopment and revitalization plan. And two other bills may be added to address the rising gas prices. Session again set for 9 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, the governor's office says that we're well on our way to lifting the mask mandate, at least for outdoors. The COVID numbers and number of hospitalizations remains low. In the Guam Daily Post, the governor's spokeswoman says that generally we remain on track to stay on course to lift the outdoor mask mandate. Should this remain the case, individuals won't be required to wear masks indoors or in outdoor settings, but will continue having to wear masks indoors. Also, social gathering restrictions will be lifted indoors, as well as this requirement for social distancing. Now, on May 5th, if the island continues to see low numbers, individuals won't have to wear masks indoors, according to the governor's statements. But the administration says that spikes in cases or hospitalizations could delay or undo any lifting of the restriction. Adelup points to news from Philadelphia, where the mask mandate was reimposed after a spike was seen in the number of COVID cases. We'll have more news right after this.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise, and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle, and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Now into the second week of deliberations, and still there is no verdict from the jury in the Rudy Kanata trial. Kanata is charged with the murder of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez last April. His girlfriend, Joyner Sked, has already been convicted in connection with that murder. Kanata's attorney claimed that Sked was the killer and maintains his client is innocent. And a 31-year-old man charged with child abuse after another baby was brought to the hospital with injuries. The infant brought to GMH with bruises to the body. Bruises, they report, in the shape of a hand. Clayton Charles Smith now faces charges of child abuse and family violence. And the Archdiocese this morning will be holding a prayer vigil starting at 11 o'clock at the Cathedral Basilica in Agana. Archbishop Michael Byrne will speak about the sacredness of life alongside members of the Catholic Pro-Life Committee. They are asking parishioners to join together at 10:30 at the Basilica. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
All right, wait a second. I get the thing coming up with the market reports. I wanted to. You know what I want to check on? Yeah. There's a thing floating around on in social media, and I think I'm trying to debunk it because I think it's interesting. But I'm trying to debunk it because I've actually got shares in Disney, and there are people that are saying, "Let's sell all your shares for Disney, cut your Disney cable thing, and don't buy Marvel comics, and never mind Star Wars and all that." You know what? We're gonna go. Universal Studios. That's where we're going for summer. Forget Mickey Mouse. That's all they want to do is groom our kids and turn them into all LGBTQ plus. So I wanted to see if that was actually happening. And as it turns out, what have I got here? It's Disney is selling for $132, virtually unchanged in the last little bit. We'll give you a whole look at the markets before too much longer. In the meantime, here it is, that weather that Mona requested. Partly. Oh, by the way, Sarita Garin and Rowena are in the feed now.
Oh, nice.
Super late.
Nice of you to make it.
Good to have you in here this morning. And your punishment is you have to come and paint my house. Partly sunny skies today, highs near 86 degrees. South-southeast winds 10 to 14 miles an hour. Perfect submarine weather we've got here this week. Mostly cloudy skies tonight, lows about 77 degrees. About the same thing for tomorrow. And partly sunny in the forecast and mostly cloudy at night. Into the weekend, they're talking about partly sunny weather on Saturday. I'm going to give it a preliminary thumbs up for Grill Marks weather. Sunrise this morning was at 6:09. And yeah, I got some pictures from Pirates Cove on the eastern side of the island to give you an idea of what it looked like as the sun was making its way up there. As I finish up this weathercast here. Sunrise again at 6:09. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:34. Hashtag, ooh, that's a pretty sky. Hashtag tell the others. That's news and weather together. This is The Point.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global. I feel like I need to dress that. No, they've been sponsors of the show since the day one. You know, so I feel like I got to dress it up and make them feel like I really do care about making a big deal. American President Lines, global presence with a local home. Also, build up your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. Mix and match 3-course meals. They get soup, salads, chips, and salsa. That gets you started. And, for me, that's enough. I don't think I need to eat anymore, right? But here's the deal. Then you go into choice. Ranchero chicken tacos or honey chipotle crispers with rice. They got a bacon ranch quesadillas, personal fajitas for your main course. You choose it. Chili's, more life and great value happens there.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show.
Yeah.
Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Coconut Wireless is back, and so is Frank Uggan. How much do you want to read into that, you guys? Now, Colin said he's not running, but you just, the politicians. Mana, are you running for office? Right?
I haven't picked up my packet yet.
Can neither confirm nor deny. So yeah.
Frank Huggin.
I'm not running for office. I'm running in the police department's 5K that's coming up. Have you heard about it?
So he was having lunch with Ray Tenorio at King's?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good one. And Dennis Rodriguez was there.
He was there.
You want to do that one?
Yes.
You want to throw that name back in there? What about Alicia? Was Alicia there? Was Alicia hanging out? Who's Michelle Armenta with some honey?
Oh,
Did you know
wow.
that's what she's up to these days? She's joined like Dennis Larson and those guys, and she is beekeeping these days, and actually came by yesterday with a jar of honey for her.
Wow.
Us or me?
Yeah,
mostly
wow.
me. Yeah.
Everyone's doing it, Ray.
Well, everybody
You
should.
better get yours too, man.
Okay.
They just saved a big bunch from a power line, I think, the other day.
Dennis Larson actually sent me pictures of all of that, of what they did. The guys over at GPA or somebody said, we've got these bees, and they're stuck on what looks like something important up in the
there it is.
up in the powery thing, the electric part.
That's a swarm, Ray.
It looks like a swarm. And now anybody else would just go up there with some black flag and get rid of flit or something like that and get rid of them. But we don't want you to do that. If you see something like that and it freaks you out, it's okay. Go ahead and freak out about it, or love it up because it's nature. Now, bees are maybe one of the most beneficial creatures on the planet. We are so lucky that we get to exist with them, and they appreciate us as well by giving us honey, and they give us wax if you figure out how you can make wax, and then you can make your own votive candles. But apparently, according to the conversation I had with Michelle, that's a hell of an investment in time. The bees got to work overtime if you ever want to make a lot.
Yeah.
But there's enough there coming out of small hive. You can make like a lip balm with the beeswax that you get. Yeah. And she did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Would you like to know how I tasted it?
No, I don't, man.
Okay, good. So anyway, here's the. I didn't actually, but I got to smell
They help
it.
the plants too, Ray.
They do. So there's the thing, and then there's the guy that's going up there to bring them down. And on social media, on Instagram, and I get lost in these reels that they have, but there's a really, really pretty girl out in the Midwest somewhere, and they call her when they find these bees, and she's got this whole thing where she'll come in with a box, big white box. And then she'll go and find the queen and put the queen in the big white box. And if you've ever listened to any interviews that I've done with Dennis and the beekeepers, you know that that's really all you need to do is once you get the queen and put it in the box, all of the rest of the bees will go, well, we're going with her. And then they will follow her, and that's how you get rid of the bees in your place. And at the end of it all, you can also harvest whatever's in the nest, or if you just want the honey, get the honey. But if you don't, it means the bees got to work hard to rebuild their home. Anyway, a fascinating thing. Now, last hour, we also got into the conversation about how much money you're going to spend at Payless getting whatever the latest and greatest technology is to dye your eggs in time for Easter Sunday. Dennis Larson says all you need to do is get your own farm fresh eggs because they already come in colors. Look at that. We got a little robin's eggs, robin-colored egg in the thing, and there's pinks, and there's white, and there's all the colors that you need. I mean, unless you're really going for gayer than an Easter basket approach to Easter Sunday, but maybe that's the genesis of it. Is you go find the colored eggs out there that these natural kind of free range birds are making. That is also an interesting conversation, and frankly, the guy that I'm moving when a big bright flash comes and the ships don't come here anymore with Spam and Budweiser, I'm moving into Dennis's place because I know that there'll be chickens that we can eat and eggs we can eat and honey and
food shortage is a big thing right now. They're talking about it everywhere.
Well, because we're being led by the weakest president of ever in the history of the world. 7:18 in the morning on the regular. You know why? Here's why. Because we're concerned with things that don't make any difference, and they've managed now to infiltrate our kids. Generation Z has drank all of the Kool-Aid. Now you might be wondering which one is that? Which one am I? Okay, I'm a babe. I'm at the end of the baby boomers. Right, which means that I came along after all the fun stuff that the hippies did in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
I came along after everybody said, "Ooh, you shouldn't do that anymore." And so I was the guy that was always lectured about. No, you can't do whatever your older cousins are doing. That's bad. You don't want to do that. So I'm at the end of the baby boom, and then there's all the other ones that come after that. Do you remember which one you are?
I don't know, man.
You don't know?
Really, I don't.
Do I have to look it up?
I was born in 73. So.
Let me see if I'll see if I can look it up here. Boomer 73. You would be Gen X. and that includes Mana in there. Then there's the millennials that were born between 1981 and 1996. It seems to me that they are doing all right. All right. It's the Generation Z guys that you got to worry about because, like I said, they've drank all the Kool-Aid. The climate shapes Generation Z's life choices. This is the story here. And this might affect your business. So you get in there and start talking about how this might affect the decision-making of your customers. They might not care about prices. They might not care about service. They might just go, well, I'd like to buy it from you, but it's too much wrapping on that. That's not good for the environment. Do you have anything in like a biodegradable paper bag that I can take it home in? 82% say their life decisions in the future will be influenced by the state of the environment, broken down by ethnicity. Hispanics, number one. Asians, white people, and then there's blacks at just 75% of them agree with that statement. 8 out of 10 teenagers expect climate change and other environmental forces to affect where they live and whether they have children. What? This is Gen Z. This might be the last stop for humanity, this last generation. The survey conducted by 4-H and the Harris folks found 45% of teenagers believe political and global leaders are taking meaningful action to protect the environment. But they have hope. 77% feel they have a responsibility for protecting the future of the planet and feel empowered to do it. Al Gore and the wokers, man, they weren't able to get through it to everybody. But this Gen Z that's coming up may be the most gullible of all of the different demographics that we're talking about these days. Now, pollsters found a connection between stress and times outdoors. Among youth who spend only 1 to 5 hours outside a week, 31% rated their happiness level in the 8 to 10 range. 42% put their stress level that high. You can see them taking it out on things like tax and vape with the Youth Congress. Among youth who spend 11 or more hours outside weekly, the results flip. 51% are in the 8 to 10 happiness range, and the stress stops. Where's the lesson, parents of Gen Zs? Get your kids outside. Turn off the TV, unplug the internet, and get the kids outdoors and get them playing, and they'll turn into happier kids that aren't fretting about every little thing. Know what I mean?
But maybe they shouldn't have children. Soy latte with a paper straw, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I forgot my brass one. I forgot my silicone straw at the house. My reusable cup. What am I going to say here? It's 7:22 in the morning. I think it's more fun than ever. I think every generation has had the ability to laugh at the generation coming up behind them. But I think it's just that much more fun to just see the clueless look in some of these kids' eyes as they listen to people like AOC and Joe Biden and et cetera, et cetera. 888-255-888-TALK.
I love the color of your shirt today. Right?
It's red. It's a red shirt.
Is that red?
Yes, it is, according to Paul Zerzan. Actually, Paul Zerzan...
I'm just wondering, does that come with a number?
No, I'm going hunting later today. In fact, there's a whole story from the Department of Agriculture about that they're up to. Anyway, Jerry Roberts is I don't know,
Paul's our friend now, Jerry. In case you haven't heard,
he's feeling empowered. He's taking snipes at me.
No,
it's all right.
I'm just wondering.
No, it's okay.
No, I mean you can go play in traffic now because everybody will see you.
Dude, cannot miss this shirt. It's 7:22 in the morning.
I can give him a bush cutter. He can go on the medians and stuff like that. And everybody will see him.
No, you know what I need is I need handcuffs and I'll walk.
That's it.
I'll walk around my mind, just knock on doors, go, excuse me, do you have a hacksaw? Anybody a hacksaw bolt cutter? Do you have anything like that? On the numbers, the S&P 500 in the green finally, 49 points to close at 44.46. NASDAQ up 272 points, led by Tesla. They're back over $1,000 a share. 13,643 for NASDAQ. Dow Jones Industrial Average cleared 344 green points to close at 34,564. Commodities will freak you out today. More on that in a second. FTSE is up. The Nikkei up over 500 this morning. Hang Seng 55, and we got the Shanghai down by 26 and the DAX off by about 48. Nothing but bad news coming out of Shanghai these days, although they are trying to respond to concerns of the 28 million people they've got locked down and told they can't go outside. They've broken the cities now into different zones. So you've got some zones where you are still in absolute lockdown. You've got other zones where go ahead and go outside and forage for food. at this time and for this long, and that's all they're letting people do. This zero COVID thing is just absolutely killing that country. And we are, how long they've been doing it now? 3 weeks, maybe longer. This is the scary. Remember what we were talking about, Shanghai. There's massive amounts of goods that get shipped from and through Shanghai's ports, and if they aren't moving anything, what's that going to be doing to the already strained supply chains of goods coming out of China? Big winners on the Dow here this morning include Boeing, Walmart, American Express, Honeywell, and Microsoft. On the losing side, it's Coca-Cola, International Business, 3M, Travelers, and J.P. Morgan. Interesting to see a couple of big names on the Dow around the bottom. Now, on the commodities, like I said, this was weird. Oil, West Texas crude, back over 100 as of yesterday, $104.16 for West Texas crude. That's right. Ooh is right. But weird, ooh, you know how much Tapas is trading for?
Did it flip?
No. Exactly the same thing, $104.16.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen that before in all the years watching it. Tapas is most of the time over West Texas crude. Every once in a while there's an inversion, but I've never seen it where they're trading at the exact same price.
The planets have aligned.
It's a conundrum. It's me and Paul Zerzan agreeing on abortion. Can you imagine that? 7:25 in the morning.
Moon is in the snow.
We need to get a karaoke system, right?
Yeah, I could.
7:25, 7:26 in the morning. The last number I'm looking for is a Bitcoin number that will be
41,227. Slightly up.
Slightly up from where it was yesterday. I appreciate that. What do you attribute that to? Because, I mean, you watch the number every day.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk has changed his cologne. And Tony Uggan, who is the smartest and most astute listener of the broadcast today, reminded us what it was. Pam Duvall complaining that every time Frank Uggan kisses her, the cologne jumps from him and sticks to her.
Yeah.
You know, like an exorcism, right? It's like the end of the exorcist. And so that's he says the scent that we were looking for, and Mana said it reminds everybody of lights. He said it's Drakkar. Oh, yeah. It's Drakkar. Did we all go through a Drakkar phase?
Yes. I still wear it, Ray.
Was there that one time? It's 7:27, and time for Jerry Roberts to come in and do the extra point, rescue us from all of this frivolity.
I never went to Lights, and I never wore Drakkar.
The last nightclub that you were in was probably the Chicken Lips Disco.
No, it was Lights.
It was Lights? Okay.
It was Lights.
I'm curious, because I actually have pictures of him in 1979, Christmas of 1979. It wasn't the Chicken Lips at the times. I think it might still have been Juliana's before it transitioned to the 10-4. You and Dave Eckert.
This is code to say that we are old people.
Yeah, if you remember any of this, it's time to call Adas and make arrangements. It's time for the extra point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Personal development, high performance. We hear about the need to get better and do more, and it never stops. Look, it's part of what I do, so I'm not going to badmouth the concept yet. There are different ways to promote the ideas of growth. My preference is to keep things simple. Today, I'll share a few basic ideas on how to move the bar in your favor, and that's coming next on The Extra Point.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The topic is personal growth, development, making ourselves better than we are today. Books, conferences, outrageously expensive and exclusive retreats, and getaways to a far-flung and exotic location, a price tag in the tens of thousands, maybe even the hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you can pony up the big bucks, you'll meet people whose names get into the news. That could be business news or celebrity news. Maybe you'll cook up a business deal with some big-name person that might have taken a year or two or never to get on the phone. Now, this is a view of sorts of the high-level world of personal development. And when I lived in California, I met some of these people. No, I couldn't afford to attend the events on that scale, but I knew people who knew people who knew people. And I learned a few things about how the business end of things ran. To put it lightly, There was a lot of showbiz in the personal development biz. If you wanted the big money, you had to dazzle people. Celebrity endorsements, stage presentations that rival the stuff Hollywood does, and as much glitz and glamour as you could muster. But what about the actual information, the stuff you would learn and take away that could change your life? What I discovered was a bit of a shocker. The content of these events was really not any different than what was available elsewhere for a fraction of the cost. It was just packaged up in a more exciting way, and people paid dearly for that. Thus today, in the interest of saving you an absolute boatload of cash, I'm going to reveal 6 ideas that can take you to the next level. Here we go. Number 1, know what you want and why. So many people cannot seriously answer that question and may have never even thought of it. They just want the elusive more. And maybe they can rattle off all the stuff they'd buy if they could get it. But they can't get very deep on the why question. What do you want? Why do you want it? What will it mean to you when you have it? And what will happen after you get it? Number 2, time is worth more than money. If you don't believe that now, one day, I promise you, you will. Time is the ultimate asset. People who perform at the top level, they understand this. One more thing about time. If you never make that connection that time is worth more than money, it won't matter what your why or your what or even your how shakes down, because you'll never work out the when. If you have big goals and dreams, but you can't get this fundamental understanding of the value of time versus money, there's almost no chance to achieve what you're after. What is it that you're giving away your time for that does nothing to advance your dream? Time introduces us to accountability. Number 3, know what you don't know. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but you need to know what you need to know to reach what you want. Wait, don't you know right now that you have to know for you to get there, or at least get to the next step in your journey? Number 4, truly successful people inhale knowledge. They learn about many things, and they're lifelong learners. Number 5, they take action, and more action. They take action. And number 6, they're not afraid to fail. They don't want failure, but they understand that it's a step toward success. Real personal growth has an element of risk. Own your failures. Learn from them. If at all possible, don't repeat them. And the times you find yourself flat on your face will eventually be an education worth its weight in gold. There you have it. No hot coals to walk on in your bare feet. No ancient chants necessary. No outrageously expensive tickets to get in. You do those 6 things, and you'll be pretty much unstoppable. That's the extra point. Be unstoppable and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
That's a good one. There's another one that's suitable for framing, ladies and gentlemen. Find it at guamtraining.com eventually.
Someday.
Okay. 7:32 in the morning. That's Jerry Roberts and the extra point. About time for our next look at big news and headlines with Montesilva Tyron. What do we got here? This being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. And time running out on the big fish sandwich, maybe for Lent. But they're always going to have the Impossible Whopper. So tomorrow, on the last day of the obligation here, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. And if you've decided that's okay, God will understand, because they have the melts now. The Whopper melts available for a limited time, including the spicy and the bacon melts. So definitely check that out today. 7:30 News also brought to you by Auntie Lolita Cammett at Hoffaday Realty. That's where she is at now, making everybody's real estate dreams come true. It starts with a phone call, 688-6743. Principal broker Joe D. Duane is now with news and headlines. Here's Montesilva Tyron. Havamana, what happened?
Saipan Governor Ralph Torres has been arraigned and is scheduled to appear in court on the 25th. He was charged by the CNMI Attorney General with criminal charges for his alleged misconduct, theft, and contempt. His hearing set for April 25th in Saipan. Meanwhile, the senators will go into session this morning where they expected to go first and foremost into the Committee of the Whole, where they will address a resolution by Senator Chris Duenas that seeks to lift the governor's public health emergency. The administration, of course, has been opposed to this legislative resolution, saying that lifting the public health emergency could result in millions of dollars being taken away from Guam families. Session begins at 9 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, the governor's office does say that we're on our way of lifting some of the governor's restrictions if we stay on course with these low numbers and low hospitalization rate. The mask mandate for outdoors could be lifted by next week. That's April 19th. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I see it at 7:34 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Coming up, one of the dumbest robberies that we are living through in these very, very safe times that we have here on Guam. A fella has been robbed at knife point. The heist, 30 cents. Details on the way.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hafaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hafaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed, sweet, or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season, now available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
7:35, Ray Gibson Show, and time to take a look at what's happening on your roadways. We're closer to drive time here, but there's no major drive time this week because there's nothing schooled this week. So don't expect too many delays at places like around Ukadu and Teedson High, etc. So coming out of Jigo, no major problems. You'll enjoy the trip right past Waiseng Song, right past Ipao on the way into Dededo. Maybe a little bit of traffic over at 1 and 3, tiny traffic over at the Micronesia Mall intersection. We move down Route 16 to 8, 10, and 16, and just a little bit of traffic through there. And frankly, I think it's moving northbound if I'm looking at the map correctly. Nope, just zoomed in, and there's nothing there worth talking about. 10 and 15. Then we get the whole Route 4 into the downtown Hagåtña area. A little bit of traffic up around Ordot and that intersection. A little bit of traffic southbound Marine Corps Drive getting into Hagåtña where it's just slight intersection traffic. And then we've got baby intersection traffic over at Big Navy in Sumai because they're welcoming aboard the USS Annapolis. Did I already make a joke about running it into the ground?
You did.
You don't want to do that. This is another one of these really expensive submarines are here. Let's try not to break it like we did the last two, okay? 7:37, I'll be right back.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees. Like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or Old Timer with cheese. This is a limited time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Tumon Sands Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where there's good branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
$7:38, Ray Gibson Show. You feel safe? Are you safe? Are you safe in the comfort of your own house? Is it okay when you go to sleep at night? You don't have to worry about the stuff that's in the driveway. Hey, don't worry about that, man. Cello, I got an alarm system. I got video cameras. I see what's going on in my house 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But sometimes you got to sleep. And that's when the guys will come out and try to Saki Melania their way through your stuff. I'm going to put this video up on the screen. We cannot use We cannot use the audio, and I'll tell you why. You'll see it as it happens. If you're watching on YouTube Live, Facebook Live, or the point.g, wonderful. If not, go back and watch this a little bit later on. This is surveillance footage that was captured at somebody's house. If you're just listening to the radio, I'll try to describe it. Guy in the center of the picture, it looks like he's moving something around. And I had the audio on this earlier, and he was quiet as a church mouse. Wasn't making any noise in there and doing everything he could to be able to move stuff. I think he was moving something out of the way to get to whatever other riches and treasure lay behind it. And a few seconds into the video, right about now, he's making, though, just enough noise for the people inside the house to hear what's going on. And it'll take a second longer before you will observe the door swing wide open and the owner of the establishment come out. And the reason why I cannot, there's the door opening, and here comes this guy, and I'm almost positive. Let me see if I can go frame by frame on this and pause in the right place. I'm almost positive that he has got a pistol in his hand. Stand by, the light comes on. Up, you see it? Joe?
I do.
Did you see the hand go up?
It appears to be a pistol.
Appears to be going up with, and I'm going to shoot you, fashion. And he utters a phrase, mother something. On the way out, there, as you can see, the shelf that fell to the ground. I don't know what else is happening outside of the view of the camera, but the guy in the house wasn't alone. Here comes the mommy, and she is getting on the telephone, and she's going to be calling the police department to come and if I get it right, rescue the guy. never mind the robbery. You better come over here and send an ambulance just in case my husband shot the guy that was rifling through our property in the driveway. This is the kind of thing that happens all the time. This is
every day.
Every day I get another video like this.
Of Guam.
In the very, very safe neighborhoods of Guam. I don't know where exactly this took place, but number one, delighted to see that these guys are doing everything they can to protect themselves and their property. They got the video cameras, they got the alarm systems going on, and the guy was apparently ready to execute a little bit of castle doctrine on his place. Although I don't know that. I'm just saying now, if you're doing a castle doctrine defense, don't give the cops this video. Don't give the cops this video because you're not supposed to chase the guy down with a gun, I don't think.
Pursue the guy.
Yeah, scare him off. That's good. But if you're scared, if the guy turned around and leveled a weapon towards you, then, castle doctrine, bang, bang, matayao. But in this case, the guy run away, so you and your property are safe, and let the cops go out there and do their job. 7:41 in the morning, and I want to say that the next story comes from Agana, right? Boca Box is in Agana?
I believe so.
I believe so as well.
In the Payless admin building area.
Go upstairs to the place. I've been there a couple of times. On or about April 12th, officers began an investigation. A report of a robbery made via a walk-in complaint in the Central Precinct. Mike Diaz, who was an employee there, said that he was robbed at knife point on the 10th. He took a smoke break outside and dropped his keys. He went to look for him. He couldn't find him. The boss told him that two males believed to be homeless were seen around that area, and maybe they took the keys. So Mike calls for somebody to bring him a spare set of keys, and life goes on. While waiting outside, he was approached by two males. One of them, Jimbo Stephen, approached Michael and repeatedly asked him, "Do you have a problem?" Mike replied, "No." When Stephen asked again if Michael had a problem, Mike said no, he was looking for his keys. Stephen then reached into his back pocket, pulled out a knife. 5-inch long kitchen knife. Stephen also pulled out Michael's keys. Stephen pointed the knife at Michael and said, "You're going to help us. We're homeless." Michael was scared for his life and believed that Stephen's intent was to harm him. Michael gave Stephen all the money that was in his pocket. 30 cents. U.S. currency. Stephen took the money, gave Michael his keys, and left. Mike told his boss that he'd been robbed after it happened, but didn't report the incident because he was tired and just wanted to go home. Mike's boss was interviewed, corroborated that Michael informed him of the robbery. Surveillance footage was reviewed by police, and the footage corroborated Michael's description of the events. Using his physical description and the surveillance footage, police were able to identify and locate Stephen. He denied having anything to do with the robbery, but when pressed, admitted taking Michael's keys, which he'd found outside. He admitted asking Michael for money in exchange for his keys. He told the officer he took the knife out of his pocket and held it in his hand. He told the officer he wanted money from Michael. A knife matching his description was located and confiscated. So what happened there? Is Mike making too big a deal about this? Maybe that's one of the reasons why he delayed making the report. This happened on the 10th. He didn't say anything until the 12th. Was he actually intimidated by the show with the knife, or maybe the language? You got a problem, or we're hopeless. You're going to help us. All of that stuff. And 30 cents ain't a big deal. But it's the idea that this kind of thing can happen in the capital city. Capital city.
Box is over closer to Moses, where you hang out frequently.
Oh, is it? Okay,
yeah,
it's down
in
there
new
now.
location.
So they moved.
changed.
Along Marine Drive, and it's right next to
Where
the
9th Street
Expression
Rotary
Studio.
used to be.
The Expression Studios there. It's right kind of in the corner where American
9th Street,
Press...
yeah.
9th Street, yeah, exactly.
It used to
9th
be
Street.
that Rotary place.
Yeah, that's where they're at now.
Okay.
Oh, that's a CD area, Ray.
Yeah.
Agania itself is turning into a CD area. If we move the governor's office back to Agania, you'd
And
be
I
able to
imagine,
see what the hell's going on in town.
They kind of hang out in that area because that's where they have the soup kitchen.
They have the soup kitchen down there, and it's the procession of zombies in and out of Agania as they get their food, go find some place to eat it, and then be done with it. Stephen was indicted in 2021 on charges of terrorizing, assault, reckless conduct, and harassment. In September, he pled guilty to assault. Stephen failed to report to his probation officer as ordered, and a violation report was generated in October. Vernon Perez issued a warrant for his arrest in November. He was arrested, but then released in February, pursuant to the court's judgment of conviction. Stephen was ordered to stay away from all firearms and other deadly weapons, also ordered to obey all local and federal laws. It's all over the place. You want another example of just how dangerous it is out there? 7:45 in the morning, Joey Sinicola just walking around and looks at the boot of a pole. And can you make that out real, Joe? You see the machete?
Oh, that's a machete, man.
Just kind of laying there. This guy, so it's a tool of opportunity, a weapon of opportunity.
Yeah.
He confiscated it, and maybe now that's in the shed over at Joey's place, waiting to take its action on some Sakati in the back place. But I don't know when I think every day I want to find another example that I can go on the radio about and convince people at Adelup that are living in a tower, an ivory tower, a crime-free, secure ivory tower. That there is crime on Guam, and while you might be safe. A lot of other people every day are being confronted by just a bunch of thugs and criminals. And the poor police department seems powerless to do anything about it because when they arrest them, they go to the courts, and the courts turn around and release them back into the community so they can go and commit more of these kinds of crimes. 7:46 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number around here. Stuff you want to talk about? No problem. I've got it. We see if we can hook up with Dr. Macris a little bit later on today and see if he can give me an idea about the XE variant. COVID isn't over, ladies and gentlemen, as they're fond of saying. We're not out of this yet. No, Philadelphia is masked up. They're concerned about surges and maybe a little bit more concerned about the XE variant of COVID-19. It seems like every day they're going to try to scare us with something new, and unfortunately, every day it works. You remember I was telling you about those the Generation Z. They're sitting around and getting wet into bed because of all this stuff that Al Gore started telling them about climate change. And the question that you got to ask yourself is really if climate change is as bad as they say, and the oceans are going to rise to the levels that they're predicting that they're going to rise to, why did Nancy Pelosi buy a oceanside house? Why did she do that? Why is Barack Obama at odds with contractors in Hawaii because of his seaside location? It's not like he's building levees out there. I think they're trying to make it so that they can get even closer to the ocean. If there's something that they know that they're not telling us. And ask some of these Gen Z guys how it is possible that they even listen to a guy named John Kerry who likes to fly around in big gas guzzling and carbon monoxide jets all over the planet, telling them that they ought to ride the bus or walk or get a bicycle or an electric car. I don't know if they see the disconnect or if they're even aware of it, because it just seems to me that this is the generation that has been spoon-fed this crap for years and years and years. 7:48 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. And what do we got here? Another case of infant abuse. Father charged in alleged infant abuse. This is page one of today's Guam Daily Post, one of a couple of interesting stories. Customs officers to receive $3 million in retroactive hazard pay, and the subway shooting strikes close to home for Guam daughters. Interesting, but I don't know if there's anything that I could riff on. Therefore, ever and ever and amen. We are on track for the restrictions to be lifted Tuesday next week. Is that about the most exciting news that you have heard? Is that we've been good? We've been wearing our mask and social distancing and hand sanitizing and all of those kinds of things, and now we might be seeing light somewhere near the end of the tunnel, at least for the wearing of the masks outdoors. Really? I don't wear my mask outdoors anyway.
How dare you, Ray?
Frankly, I don't wear my mask much indoors either. There's a bunch of places. In fact, virtually everywhere that I've been, dining, having a couple of beers with friends, whatever, you wear the mask when you go inside. You sit down, take off your mask, and that's it. So I don't know what other indoor. You know what I'd like. You know what but I would like to see. I would like to see the faces of our waiters and waitresses again.
Oh yeah,
wouldn't that be nice?
Yes.
I mean, it's been 2 years, and I go places, and then I see it. They're dressing up their eyes. With a lot of mascara and eye makeup and things, and some of the girls are doing that too.
Yeah.
At many of the places that I go to, but it's going to be nice. Hopefully, when we don't have to worry about this indoor mask mandate. 7:49. Is that Phil on the line?
It's Phil.
It is Phil. Wants to talk about crime. Good morning, Phil. Welcome back.
Good morning, Ray.
Migo.
Hey, there's actually a law in the Title 10 on policing, even for the highway patrol. And it says there what's the requirements for how many officers that are supposed to be patrolling.
Mm-hmm.
For each village, there's supposed to be 2 officers assigned. And then when you go by the population, it's for every 2,000 an additional officer. So if you guys would do the Sunshine Act law and check how many patrol officers per precinct, you will be amazed how very short the police are out there patrolling.
Ooh, the scary thing, Phil, is I don't think I'll be surprised. I know that we are short, and probably by a couple of hundred officers between you and me. I think the scary thing that would confront me, like, is if I had to actually give those numbers on the air, because I don't want to incentivize more crime. I think if the criminals, if the thugs, Phil, knew just how few police officers there are on the roads at any given time, weekends especially, it would be a free for all.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I don't want to put that number on the radio. I don't want to give them any more ammunition to go out there and rob people blind.
You're missing the point. The criminals are smart. They sit on their yard, they sit on the roadways, and they just observe, and they look at the time and say, "Wow, no officers came by in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours," because they're busy reactive instead of proactive. That's the problem, and they didn't want to hire police officers. And the people to blame are the Guam legislature and the executive branch, because they knew about this. That's why when they had the early out of the Gulf Guam, the buyout. Remember that way back?
I do, and about 4 or 5 of my favorite police officers became security guards at the Kitsap Mall.
Right. So
True fact.
The point of that was to get rid of all these high-paying Gulf Guam employees, to hire more Indians, and that the Indians are the patrol officers. And after that, how many years went by and nothing, no hirement, and it's sad. The police are overworked.
We get a ton of excuses on that, and you get guys and they can't make it through the application process, can't pass the drug tests or whatever. But so many excuses, right?
The incentive for the police officers when the GPD went for the pay raise, they incorporated everyone. They should have just given the premier law enforcement GPD first the pay raises, because when you equal everyone else, I'm sorry to say, the port, the airport, the marshal, then who the heck wants to go to GPD and be spit upon, shot at?
Yep.
And that's who's to blame.
You know what? It sounds like you've listened to the show. I've made the same argument with the Department of Education. The teachers need raises. We need to give these guys access to more tools. We got to pay them what they are worth to educate our children. And the first thing out of the politicians' mouths is, not just the teachers. Everybody at the Department of Education is important. Let's figure out how to give everybody new money. No, I'm sorry. The guy that sweeps the floor in the kitchen and the cafeteria is not as important as the people that do the teaching. It's a vital job to be sure, but it ain't the reason for living out there. 7:53. I'm going to talk with Senator Jimmy Craig Morley. He may disagree to a point that you had made. I know that there have been attempts by some over at the legislature to encourage more by way of getting a lot more cops on the streets. So if you don't mind, I'm going to let you go and bring him in.
Yes,
All right.
All right, appreciate your time. And I do appreciate your comments. Jimmy Craig Moreland, that's Senator Jimmy Craig on the line. Buenas and Hafa Day. Welcome back.
Hey, thanks. Always good to be home. I'm glad I'm here. But
Did you come back with money?
Did I come back with what?
Money. When politicians leave Island, you always need to come back with some kind of deliverable. You know, something out of Interior or Congress or what. Did you bring anything back?
We'll see forthcoming. It's a matter of developing relationships and friendships. But in the long run, it shall be come out in the form of more funding available. That's our ultimate goal.
It's going to be herpes. That's all he came back with was herpes. I'm kidding there. I'm kidding, Senator. Just because we're boys together, I can pull your leg like that. 7:55 in the morning. Let's go back to Phil's point, and that is we need just a hell of a lot more cops on the streets. We need a lot more patrol cars. We need to really emphasize the hiring of police officers. And what's your understanding of the big holdup on that? What are you hearing from Stephen Ignacio and others?
Sure. So we did several successful laws, right, with my office. One thing we did was we expedited the listing of getting enough people on the list so the public, the safety officers, or rather peace officers with the different agencies, whether it be DOC, Customs, or GPD, can get a listing quicker than they did before. So that became public law, and that helps out. Then we have problems with them completing their post requirements. So now with DOE and cooperation with GCC, with Maricotta there, you know, they have a track system. They attempted to before the pandemic to create the track system for these folks in high school that want to become a peace officer eventually, whether DOC or police or customs, right? So they can pass the physical and they can pass the written. So we put something in place for that too. And the caller also mentioned the discrepancies between pay, or when one should pay more or one should be, you know, at a different rates, or so where you can transfer between agencies as a peace officer. So we were successful in putting that into the budget law last
he
year.
thought, and I kind of agree with him, that maybe we ought to make, you know, if you're a GPD officer, this is going to be the premium pay because, you know, Port Police, they get their guys every once in a while. I think they busted somebody over by the USO not long ago, and I'm sure somebody over at the airport is telling somebody to move their car right now. But I don't know that equates to the same as being a 12-hour drive around in a squad car, as the man said, get spit on and get hurled epitaphs as a regular police officer.
Right, and so we created the PARE bill, which allows the Post Commission, which is every agency has their leaders in that, and they discuss what needs to be done in order to fix this. They actually have a plan in place. But the late Dr. Richard Fee was very instrumental in working with the administration and working with Customs, and he was working out of the office at GPD to create a system similar to what you see in the military, or not exactly, but looking at if you transfer here, you transfer there, you're not going to get paid more or less. So you're not stealing from every agency in order to get that higher pay. So in the last budget, $75,000 was appropriated so they can complete this study. So we're awaiting that study to be submitted back to the legislature so we can move it forward to give the governor the $18,000 or 18% pay increase. That helps, but they made it the same across the board, as the caller was saying, when we recognize that there are differences. And that's what the PARE Act, and now it's public law through the last budget bill, enforces the Post Commission, who have all the knowledge in their agencies, to come up with a working plan. And I understand it. They're getting further and further to it, but it needs to come back to the legislature so we can review it as well.
Hey, do me a favor. Send me a contact. Yeah. I don't know who's on the Post anymore, but send me a contact so I can maybe get them on the line to talk a little bit more about this. I mean, it's a big concern. Sure. As I said, I recognize that we're upside down in terms of how many cops we need on the island to be, you know, fully loaded with police officers. I don't know that we've ever hit that magic numbers like hospital beds in a town of 165,000 people. Do we have enough of those? And it's not as easy as just, you know, snapping your fingers fingers in getting these guys in. So I recognize that, but it would be nice to see what steps are being taken to get us closer to that. But again, as you and I have talked numerous times, this has, the number of cops on the roads, they're catching the bad guys every day. I read something out of the magistrate report. We know the bad guys are. They get them, they stick them, they take them over to the court or show them to the guys over at the Attorney General's office, and these guys are back out on the street. The guy that I was talking about that robbed the dude of 30 cents over at the Boca Box has been in and out for the last 2 years.
Right. And then the Cape Park incident and the police response.
Oh my God! Let's get back into the business of deporting people. Is there a concern we don't want to deport these guys because they're going to vote? Is that what it is? Get them on the plane, Chapter 747 their asses, and get them back to wherever they came from with a note from the U.S. Marshals that they're not allowed back here.
Right. I'm sure the administration still look at that. The prior administration was doing it as well. But what we did also, and we were trying to do this by public law, a bill, but we finally had to push it through the budget bill once again. So we mandated that these agencies with peace officers must have an annual training cycle of up to 40 cadets per year, right? A minimum. So you had to put it in your budget. Currently, it wasn't in the previous budget. So basically, it's up to the ADALUP, the administration there, to decide, okay, we're going to hire DOC, we're going to hire at GPD, we're going to hire at DYA, wherever else they're going to put these peace officers at. But it's not inconsistent, right?
No. I tell you what, I got to break away. I've got news coming up. Can we continue the conversation in the next hour? Or are you going to be too busy?
No, that's I got 9 o'clock for session, so I got some time.
You got some time to kill. All right, Ray Gibson Show with Jimmy Moylan on the other side of Fox News.
New York City announced the arrest of the suspect in yesterday's shooting on a subway that injured 23 people, including 10 that were shot.
We got it. New York City Mayor Eric Adams announcing that Frank R. James was arrested by authorities after he was officially named a suspect in the incident that saw smoke canisters set off before shots were fired on a subway train in Brooklyn. NYPD Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell said the arrest was made
at the corner of St. Mark's Place and First Avenue in Manhattan. He was taken into custody without incident.
He is being charged with committing a violent attack on mass transit. A conviction carries up to life in prison. The FBI and ATF were partners in the arrest. Authorities still believe James acted alone, but the investigation is continuing.
Fox's Colonel Scott. The White House reacting now that Texas Governor Greg Abbott has sent a bus carrying migrants to the nation's capital.
These are all migrants who have been processed by CBP and are free to travel, so it's nice the state of Texas is helping them get to their final destination as they await in their outcome of their immigration proceedings. And they're all in immigration proceedings.
Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Governor Greg Abbott said earlier this month he would send the migrants to Washington in protest after the CDC announced it would end Title 42, the policy put in place at the height of the pandemic to turn migrants away at the border. President Biden has approved $800 million in new military assistance to Ukraine, which includes artillery and helicopters to increase its defenses as Russia ramps up its attacks. The president with the announcement after speaking by phone with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky has been asking for more assistance from the U.S. and our European allies. Wall Street stocks ended the day higher, ending a 3-day losing streak. The Dow added 344, the Nasdaq plus 272. America is listening to Fox News.
For the freshest deal around, check out the Make Your Own Salad Special at Ruby Tuesday Guam. From now until April 15th, you can serve yourself at their fresh garden bar for just $8.99. And you can build up your plate with an add-on of grilled chicken breast or grilled salmon fillet for just $3.99 more. It's a fresh deal at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
This is the sound of connecting with nature, connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before. With real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts, First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Two men who live in a large Florida seniors community known for attracting political campaigns plead guilty to stuffing ballot boxes during the 2020 election.
Two residents of The Villages, the giant retirement community in Central Florida,
are pleading guilty in a state court to voting more than once on Election Day 2020. 63-year-old Jay Ketzik and 64-year-old Charles F. Barnes were facing 5 years in prison, but will only serve community service and be made to take a civics course. Barnes has no party affiliation, but Ketzik is a registered Republican. 2 other co-defendants are pleading not guilty and are awaiting trial. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Google reports search interest in food and housing prices in the U.S. has reached 10-year highs this month.
Searches for gas apps to save money tripling over the past 3 months. Searches for states with no income tax more than doubling within the same time frame. Google also seeing an uptick in searches for creative ways to save money, seeing searches for how to prepare for a recession nearly tripling over the last week. The top trending related questions include what defines a recession and how long does a recession last? Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
What do Queen, Ricky Martin, Wu-Tang Clan, and Alicia Keys have in common? They're among artists whose recordings will be inducted into the National Recording Registry. The Library of Congress announced the 25 songs, albums, historical recordings, and 1 podcast that will be preserved as important contributions to American culture and history. Other albums included Bonnie Raitt's Grammy winner Nick of Time, A Tribe Called Quest's Low End Theory, and the Cuban musical ensemble's self-titled debut, Buena Vista Social Club, which also inspired a film by the same name. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options, options, options. Offered at Hagatna location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of flame grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Agana, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. It appears the island remains on the right track toward lifting some of the governor's pandemic restrictions as low numbers continue to be reported and the number of hospitalizations also remains low. The governor last week announced that the outdoor mask mandate could be lifted by Tuesday the 19th, along with a cap on social gatherings. On May 15th, if the island continues in this track, individuals will no longer be required to wear masks in the indoor public settings. But the administration does say that spikes in cases or hospitalizations could delay or undo any lifting of her restrictions. Adeloop does point to news from Philadelphia where the mask mandate was reimposed after a spike was seen in cases. And senators this morning go into session where they're going to address a resolution that seeks to do away with the governor's public health emergency altogether. The resolution by Senator Chris Duenas is up for debate. Duenas does say that he's going to call for a committee of the whole to get stakeholder input on the measure. The administration, of course, has said that they are opposed to that resolution. Session this morning starts at 9 o'clock. Also, the Rules Committee, they met yesterday and added additional bills to their agenda, a couple of them. One of them provides $5 million to the University of Guam for a student service center and engineering building. and a measure to finally approve the master plan for the Hagutnya redevelopment and revitalization. 2 other bills may be added to the agenda. One of them addresses the rising gas prices. Again, session starts at 9 o'clock this morning. And CNMI Governor Ralph Torres has been summoned to court with his arraignment hearing set for April 25th. The CNMI Attorney General pursuing criminal charges against Torres for his alleged misconduct, theft, and contempt. During the hearing, Torres will plead guilty or not guilty to the charges against him. He will be represented by Viola Alipoyo and Anthony Uggan. Guam Judge Alberto Tolentino has been appointed judge pro tem after all Saipan judges recused themselves from that case. Well, more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Now into the second week of deliberations. Still, there's no verdict from the jury in the Rudy Kanata trial. Kanata is charged with the murder of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez, that murder taking place last April. Kanata's girlfriend, Joyner Sked, has already been convicted in connection with the murder. Kanata's attorney claiming Sked was the killer and maintains that his client is innocent. Also, a 31-year-old man charged with child abuse after another baby brought to the hospital with injuries. The infant brought to GMH with bruises in the shape of a hand. Clayton Charles Smith now faces charges of family violence and child abuse. And the Archdiocese will hold an anti-abortion prayer service at 11 this morning. Archbishop Michael Byrne will speak about the sacredness of life alongside members of the Catholic Pro-Life Committee. He will also provide an update to his message that he gave last week regarding the recent introduced Guam Heartbeat Act of 2022. He's asking parishioners to join together at 10:30 outside of the church. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
How come outside?
Or inside.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are we doing that again?
You know, so you can rally and walk in together holding hands.
I know. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. I can't remember the rest of the song. What have I got here? 8:10 in the morning. All right, let me throw some weather at you. And we'll get, what's his name, Jimmy Craig back on the line, talking about all kinds of stuff going on over at the talking about crime and cops in general. Listen, love the cops, support everything that these guys are doing, and want to back them up as much as possible. But, it's like trying to hold water in a sieve, these guys. They arrest and send them to the courts. Courts release them. They get arrested again and send them to the courts. Courts release them. It's like nobody goes to jail anymore for anything around here. Partly sunny in the forecast, highs near 86 degrees. There's south-southeast winds up to 14 miles an hour. Not much by way of gusts over the next couple of days, and I suppose that's good. Mostly cloudy in the forecast and overnight lows around 77 tonight for tomorrow. Expect the same. Partly sunny during the day, mostly cloudy at night into the weekend. Partly sunny by Saturday, and hopefully all of that, what's a creative way to use this? All of that escrow and conundrum that's in the neighborhood here, I want that to move off. It's not moving off fast enough. It needs to be north and west. And the problem is there's already weather where we want it to go. Have you seen what's happening in the Philippines? People are dying and flooding again in metro areas in the Philippines. So I don't know. I think we're stuck with this over the next couple of days. Rip currents and hazardous surf warnings are in effect. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:34. It's 8:12 in the Ray Gibson Show.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take care. Our island, your health plan.
I got you. It's 8:13 in the morning. I'm just sitting around looking at Twitter, looking to see. I'm not going to say that we've only got boring stories on Guam today, but Mana, you back me up on this one here. It's kind of boring today, right? Boring. So I'm looking to see if there's anything like Monday morning, but it's Thursday. Okay, our ears. Born and raised on Guam. Been in radio 40 some odd years. Talk radio, I don't know, 15, 16, 20, whatever. This is what happens. It's Thursday, right? And we got boring lead into the afternoon. Thursday, in my recollection, is when the peanut butter hits the fan. So what I think is going to be, I think there's going to be a lot of big breaking stories this afternoon. Keep your eye on the media. Keep your eye on each other. Watch what happens maybe over at the legislature.
Yeah.
There might be something happening there. Could be something maybe, I don't know, if Frank Uggan is back in town. Could be time for a major announcement.
Wow,
major announcement. Because I don't know. Mike St. Nicholas has gone through everybody as for the lieutenant governor candidates, right? I'm just saying what everybody else is thinking. I mean, we heard some names. We heard Rod Leon Guerrero, former General Leon Guerrero, real General Leon Guerrero.
That announcement comes out Monday, I believe, Ray.
I don't know about Monday. And then there was Amanda Shelton, and there's a bunch of other names that have been kicked around. I think he's actually even looking at Lou Leon Guerrero as a potential lieutenant governor running mate in the upcoming election. But you know, when you get a name like Frank Uggan coming out, and you go, yeah, maybe there could be some kind of big momentous announcement for today. But anyway, so I'm looking at Twitter to see if there's anything interesting that I might be able to meld into conversation and riff. And honestly, the only thing I can find is a bunch of teenage girls that I follow that are referring to themselves as Wordle witches, but not with a W.
Yeah.
Not with a W. It's like their club now, and they're freaked out because they've been sucked into the world of Wordle. It's okay. It's all right. The best of us, I know all kinds of people have tried really, really hard to avoid it, but just get sucked into it. So there's that. And apparently Biden was giving a speech somewhere, and a bird took a crap on him.
That's sweet.
And a bird took a crap on him. He's doing the speech.
Where's the video?
It's all over Twitter. I'll see if I can find it.
Blame Putin on that one, Ray.
It's the Putin bird.
Yeah,
it's a Russian bird. Russian bird invasion. It's probably not even a real bird. It's like a drone.
Putin. Oh, my.
8:15.
Can't with you guys.
I knew one of us would have a punchline on that. 8:15 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Portions which brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the team over at Wendy's where they've got this super hot honey chicken thing for breakfast. You really ought to try it. I don't know how long they're going to be keeping it. It's the hot honey chicken biscuit. And the way they do this, all white meat breakfast chicken filet drizzled with a hot honey sauce. Just as sweet as Michelle Armente's honey there. Served on warm, fluffy, buttermilky biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit for breakfast today.
Real Talk Radio is back.
Putin!
Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Just do a search on your Twitter. You're a member of Twitter, aren't you? Don't you have that you there?
I am. I don't remember my password. It's been years.
Just do what everybody else does. Just start a whole new one. Yeah, just make it easy. Start a whole new one. We got a couple of things that I wanted to put up. This I found from Twitter, and this is going to be my new screensaver. It is a picture of Mount Fuji at night, and it's got like a little meteor that's going through there, and it's shot through the apparently between somebody's legs, or either that or between a couple of mountains. I'm not really sure. You saw the same thing, right?
I saw the same thing.
Okay, we're all I think that's the other thing great about Thursdays. So there's that picture there. Now, Real Joe sent me a picture, and this one here comes from Facebook as well. Let me get this up on the screen, just because I like it. The guys over at Island Color Copy, Chris Bacino and the family, right? And they listen all the time. They listen to the program all the time.
The Italians are listening.
Oh my God! And it's like if I'm not hard enough on somebody, Bacino will give me a hard time like you wouldn't believe. But anyway, and I consider them partners. A lot of the stuff that our printed materials and things like that generally come through him because anything bigger than an 8.5 by 11, we farm that stuff out and I'll take it over to Chris's place. Now they're making a big deal for politicians. It's election season, and frankly, I can recommend their work. work here. They've got custom magnets, so you can put these on the side of your car.
I need that.
Well, there's one with your name on it. There's actually one with your name on it. It's
Chris
right in
paid
the
me
middle.
for
It
that.
says
He paid me
Joe
for that.
Elect Joe Cruz.
Yeah, 10% for the big guy, too.
Now, what is that? What is the what's the position you're running for on this?
Cannabis Control Board, Ray.
Good man. It's 8:18 in the morning. All right. Is that Jimmy back on the line?
It's Jimmy
All right,
Craig.
we'll finish up the conversation here. So the point being, and I'll also go back to another thing that we got is that I put up on the screen here. It is the latest hit piece. And I'm just going to blame the progressive Democrats on Guam for anything. If I see anything that comes out that's just plain mean and doesn't accomplish anything in trying to win over an argument, I'm going to say it's the progressives that did it. Now, this one here is a meme. The Heartbeat Bill was introduced by Talena Nelson, Amanda Shelton, Tony Adda, Chris Duenas, Frank Bloss Jr. Because, and then it goes on to say, they don't want you to realize that they haven't passed any bills that actually help with raising costs of housing, food, or gasoline here on Guam. And I'm going,
a straw man fallacy.
That's the straw man fallacy. Thank you very much. And I just, I look at things like this, and I'm going, well, you know what? There's a whole lot of really, really good and interesting legislation that has been passed over at the legislature that may help in curbing crime here on Guam. There's a lot of bills that have been introduced that attempt to do it, but you know how things get held up for absolutely no good reason in the Committee on Rules. A frequent victim of that is my interview guest here, Jimmy Craig Moylan. Welcome back, Senator.
Hey, thanks, Ray.
Well, and the point that I want to make with all of this here is there's all kinds of really good stuff that has come out, certainly from you, that might actually make a difference. But unless you can get a bunch of people in the Rules Committee to pass it, to get it out of there, it ain't gonna ever see the light of day. And majority rules. So if you want somebody to blame, there are a number of Democrats that you can blame for holding the process up.
That's true, and that's just how the system works, right? When we're hoping for a red wave in the federal government, just like we're hoping this also comes true for our local government as well.
I don't know if Frank Elgin's back. He's always a shoo-in, bro.
Yeah, that's true. But it's a matter of diplomacy, right? And you have to talk with your colleagues, and it's a continuous conversation. But I will say that I did get a bill signed into law just a few days ago. The ABLE bill, it's 3690. ABLE stands for Achieving a Better Life Experience, and that's establishing an account which is taxed as for people that with disabilities here locally, that allows them to have friends and family deposit into that account, and it will not jeopardize their ability to receive the federal fundings like food stamps and SNAP or Medicaid. So this was a public law back in 2018, but there were some technical problems with it, and we corrected those problems by transferring it to Department of Administration versus DRT and providing some initial funding to get the program started. The ABLE discussion came about from Ben Sorbino, the prior director of DISID, who said this is a great law. We need this on the island, and it should have been implemented. And he found the problems. We basically made the adjustments to the law. And with my co-sponsors, Joseph Augustine, Amanda, and Chris also, we moved it forward. So I'm really thankful for the governor to getting this done. And we should see it be able to receive money into these accounts by October of this year with DOA. So
every little bit will help, and I'm glad that you brought up Servino's name. There's one of those guys that I wish had more political capital in this town to get himself elected. 8:22 in the morning. All right, so session in about 40. Well, I'm going to say session will be at 9. Of course, you and I live in the real world. It's going to take some of those girls a little bit longer to get their makeup on, so maybe 9:30, 9:40 ish.
Yeah, ish is the great word for
ish,
that.
Ish. All
It's
right.
so fun getting to class on time. And just
Yeah, well, we'll watch and see how things go this morning. This is one of those days I sure do wish that the legislature's YouTube channel had comments enabled. I'd love to see what people are going to say about what they're going to see and hear, and all of the fretting that is going to be coming out. Because as you know, having listened to your colleague Chris Duenas numerous times on the radio, the idea here is that these guys are going to be called the Committee of the Whole, and then start calling for testimony from among the, quote, experts. So Public health come back in here. Physicians Advisory Group coming back in here. Governor's office come back in here and explain to us again why there's still, quote, a public health emergency, even though the numbers seem to be moving in the right direction and have been for some time. If not, then it's an issue of a not a public health emergency, but a lousy Guam Memorial Hospital and lousy public health system emergency.
Yeah, very, very true. And sometimes it's we're not necessarily trying to get rid of the state of emergency, right? What I see it as, we're trying to focus in on if the governor needs the state of emergency for SNAP, then it's executive order to say for SNAP. If you need it for additional nurses, then it's just for additional nurses. If you need it for the National Guard, then it's just for that. Just like Governor Iggy did in Hawaii. He got rid of the blanket stuff that he was doing, but he specifically made an executive order for the food.
I have not seen the operating language there on that one. Is he using the same thing as the governor quoted? Because if you read the governor's response to you, she's quoted chapter and verse where it said it had to be a federal state of emergency and a local state of emergency before those SNAP numbers could be sent out. Is it different in Hawaii?
No, and she's correct, and that's what her executive order would do. That's what the governor did, and Governor Iggy did in Hawaii.
So
as well.
It's just a carve out. So it's not necessarily, but it's still not necessarily a public health emergency as much as it might be a food emergency for these individuals that are still affected by COVID.
It's still in the line with public health. You don't feed somebody, they get really sick. So that's the idea, right? To maintain that, so we don't starve our folks there. This additional funding is put out by the federal government. We should be able to continue that. But do we need it for this emergency procurements? Do we need it for sole source purchases? Not necessarily, right? Do you need it to bypass?
Remember, there have been sole source purchases and emergency procurement even before COVID-19.
Right. And those are things we're looking into as well.
Give me the list of that. We'd like to know how often this really has been and has been going on in this administration and in other administrations. Maybe we need to close the trap door on that, just to say and I'm sure that Bob Klitsky's got a great name for this argument too. Just because somebody else did it doesn't mean it's okay for you to continue to do it.
True. True. And the legislature's goal, we're the checks and balances. We just can't continue this to be a blanketed without doing our what we're supposed to for the protection of the people. And we're the ones with the budget, right? The general fund that we're coming up for a budget year as well. It's difficult to get the administration to say how they're going to use the American Rescue Plan monies to subsidize different programs. That's how we need to understand this. If we come to the table and talk about it, and that's what we're also trying to do with this resolution too. We're coming to this point, and we really had to push hard. Otherwise, we're not going to sit in the corner and wait for the governor to dictate to us what we must do, because we're co-equal branch of government. We're not below the governor. We are co-equal, and that's what the importance of having this heard as a committee as a whole. I totally agree with Senator Duenas that that's how it should be. We need to talk to these directors. We're not saying that wrong.
I'm sorry, Jim. Do you anticipate that maybe there'll be a vote on this today? Do you think maybe that there will be sufficient information now that you've gone into a committee on a whole and have heard this now?
From there, we'll go into further discussion. Depends on what else is on the calendar, because other motions could be made to
override a veto of Bill 11.
Bill 11, and also I think Senator Ada had his bill. He's talking about override as well for the drug testing, and Senator Sabina Paris as well. That her bill was vetoed by the governor too. Is regarding procurement, small purchases, and those were both good bills that unanimously passed. So, depending on if they make the motions to get it on floor to add to the agenda, but at the end, when everything on the agenda items is completed, we will vote. That's for sure.
All right, 8:27 in the morning. Watch and see what happens. It's Thursday. Anything can happen Thursday, and maybe make for some incredible headlines tomorrow. Senator, I appreciate your time. I'm going to let you go and get your makeup on and figure out which mask you're going to wear today.
I appreciate it. I just want to do a shout out to Bobby. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Bobby.
Bobby Stringy's birthday?
That's right.
Oh, where we? DM, bro. I'm serious this time. DM me and let me know where we're going. Have the police been informed? I'm just saying. All right, now what about Foxy, Foreplay, Vikings, USA? Have they been informed? Are they aware that today is Bobby Stringy's birthday?
We'll all do the happy birthday dance for Bobby. I'm sure eventually. So happy birthday.
We need to get we need him. We need to get him on the wheel over at Vikings, right? Spanking wheel over at Vikings.
Life is short and experiences are great.
Hey, 28 in the morning. I was wondering how you were going to come back from that. That's my bro, Jimmy Craig. Happy birthday to Bobby Schwingy. That's sweet. I appreciate the heads up on that. Oh my God. Maybe maybe I won't be in tomorrow. Maybe we'll just Mana's been asking for a break. Maybe we'll
Sounds
do
like
it.
a holiday to me.
Sorry, can't make it to the office because I was out partying with Bobby Schwingy and Jim Moylan. Last time we were all together was that Super Bowl that Regine got mad about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the last time. Where were
man.
you? Where were you on Super Bowl Monday, Jimmy Craig Moylan? Were you out there drinking beer with Ray Gibson and Bobby Schwingy? And the answer was, yeah. It's 8:28 on the Ray Gibson Show. Mana's got last big look at news and headlines on the screen. While I was talking to Senator Moylan, were a couple of images here. As I said yesterday, while giving a speech, a bird pooped on President Joe Biden. It was not this bird, unfortunately. But that's a great picture of it. I love that artist rendition of what it would have looked like. This, a little less dramatic here, but a bird flew right over the blue suit and laid one right on his lapel.
I sent you the link. I don't know if you got it.
I think I might have sent myself the Twitter link to it as well. So I'll see if I can play it in between here and your last newscast, which is next.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Yeah, there it is. In the Buckeye State, to lower gas prices, things got a little dirty. The president manipulating with his hands in the gesture, and yeah, that is bird poop on his collar, right about there. It's what he's been doing in the country for the last year and a half, so it feels kind of appropriate, doesn't it? It's 8:30. It's 8:30. It's 8:30, Real Joe.
It's 8:30, man.
Mom Silva Tyrant, it's 8:30. How'd it get to me?
I've been counting the minutes.
Yeah, there we go. Won't make you count them too much longer. Mona Silva Tyrant with her last big look at news and headlines right about now. Besides the bird pooping on Biden, what happened?
Well, the governor keeping a close watch on the days leading up to the lifting of some of her pandemic restrictions. The governor's office did say yesterday to the Guam Daily Post that we're on the right track, and by next week, Tuesday, we could be lifting the mask mandate, at least for outdoors. If all bodes well, May 5th is the date that they would lift the mandate for indoor settings. Meanwhile, the legislature goes into session this morning where they will address that resolution that was introduced to do away with the governor's public health emergency. The resolution by Senator Chris Dueñas up for debate. He says he's going to call for a committee of the whole. Session this morning begins at 9 o'clock. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I'm looking for... and I don't know if I'm going to find it. There is somewhere on social media, and if you could find it for me, just whoever's listening. Hello, anybody out there? Is anybody out there? If you can hear this broadcast, you are the resistance. Yeah. But if I'm looking for a picture, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it while I'm talking about it, but there's a picture floating around of Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and the guy dressed as the Easter Bunny.
Oh, nice.
I got my money on Logan Regis.
Yeah,
I got my money. I got my money. I'm thinking
could be Logan.
Could be Logan in there. Looks like he might be about the right height, but the ears are throwing me off. Oh. The bunny ears throw me off. So it's hard to gauge exactly who it is. And so I'd love to get that picture up on the screen because, ladies and gentlemen, people get the impression that I'm not behind everything that the administration is trying to do for the people. In fact, even the children. The children. 40,000 children on welfare that won't be able to get access to more money. For sweet teas and chocolates and Pringles and ultra hot Cheetos. That's all we want, Mom. You don't have to cook dinner for us. I just need King Car and hot Cheetos. Can I? But the governor's Easter egg hunt is coming up on Saturday at 2 o'clock at the Adelup Lawn. And I've decided, we know who the biggest kiss ass is in the government of Guam. It's whoever was working at the library when they put that mural together. I forget her. You remember her name, Mana? The lady's name? Anyway, she's a director of something now, right? $80,000, $90,000 a year car. Yeah. But so that's the biggest kiss butt in the entire government of Guam. The worst job in the government of Guam goes to whoever it is that has to wear that suit. Whoever is the guy or girl that has to wear that suit has got the worst job in the government of Guam. Now I'm wondering who it might be. Who it might be that's
I don't know,
that's
Ray.
in
I've
there.
done it, man. Many years I've done it.
What?
And I did it with a jolly attitude.
You wore Easter. You wore the Easter bunny costume.
Yeah, but the tail kind of hung down really low.
Hey.
So people were like, "Hey, man, you shouldn't be around kids."
It's 8:33 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Try to forget what you've heard.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC is finger-licking good.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
So what, an hour and a half to go? I got nothing to talk about. I got nothing to say about anything. Not entirely true. I'm just going through the social media again, and I get a ton of really informational stuff on the WhatsApp. And
it floods in, man.
Dude, I'm such a victim now. There's a feature on the iPhone that will tell you every once in a while. I'll give you an update on how much screen time that you've got. And yeah,
I don't want to know
shut that
man.
off. I turned it off because you know, and I will always be able to say I need it for work. I need it for work, but most of the time I spend. And if you're anywhere near my office at a certain time of day, you'll hear the sound of something coming from. It's usually Instagram, but anymore these days, a little bit more coming from Facebook, where it's some random guy in the jungles of China eating, I don't know, turtle, making it, and all this. It's all the same ingredients. You ever watch those things? They're all the same ingredient.
The onions and
they'll
the
change out
peppers
the one big thing, like okay, this time it's a turtle, or the next time it's going to be something that looks like an octopus. But it's the same ingredients that go in that oil that gets fried up every single time. And it's weird because the guy picks up the turtle and bites clean through it. I guess when you cook it, it softens up the shell.
I've never tried turtle, Ray. I really haven't, man. I heard they cry, and I'm not down for the turtle
really?
Crying.
Is that a thing?
Man, I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, you're going, all right, maybe this is one of those clever Ray Gibson ways of getting into a story. It isn't really, but by accident, the district court, and I'm going to, if she lets me, I'm going to hug Frances Tadenko Gatewood big when I see her next time, because the district court judge threw out the case of a guy that somebody gave him a turtle. Or he bought a turtle. It's $70 is, all the details of the story escape me now because, frankly, I thought it was one of the more stupid things that we have to deal with while we've got, rampant crime and drugs and Evan Cohen, et cetera. So too much?
No.
Sorry. Okay, throw the book at him and throw away the book. It's 8:37 in the morning, but there was a case there about this guy. Somebody offered him a turtle, and he said, and it was dead already apparently. And he said, okay, paid $70 for it, and then ate it, and then somebody narked on him. And here comes the U.S. government. Don't eat that again, kind of, whatever the turtle police that we've got. Because there's a police for
Yes.
everything. And the
Endangered.
guy's been in federal court now. Trying to defend himself, and God bless Francis Tydenko Gatewood finally comes out and says, "I'm trying to figure out what this guy is guilty of. What is he guilty? What did he do wrong? Did he catch the turtle? Did he kill the turtle? No, it was already dead when he got it. So what? The guy bought meat. He bought
basically.
Yeah, so it's not like he's got, and somebody, there's an animal lover out there somewhere that's saying, no, you shouldn't, whatever. But I mean, if it's dead already, right? It's the whole argument.
Just pull out all the plastic straws before you cook it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's 100 other things that we really do need to worry about around here. And this thing where who knows whether the turtle was caught deliberately in order to kill it and sell it for meat, or is it something that just kind of washed up somewhere? What, Joe? What?
Oh, that's gross, Ray.
What?
You're eating something that they found washed up and selling it and making money off of it. That dude getting into court.
Cook it up to
Wow.
Cook it up to 165 degrees for at least 3 minutes for turtle. I don't know. I don't have on my I've got one of those digital thermometers at the house.
Yeah.
With battery powered. So you just you click on whatever it is that you're cooking, and then
Internal
you stick the probe in there, and then the probe will beep. It even had a pager. It's got a pager, Joe. It's got a pager connected to it, so I can go outside and drink beer while the food is in my oven cooking. So that's the idea. But it has one for, it's got a picture of a pig for pork. It's got a picture of a cow for beef. It's got a picture of a chicken for poultry, but it doesn't have a picture of a turtle. So I'm just assuming that with a turtle, Tom Poole could probably give me, bug Tom. Let's just find out if he's retired yet.
Yeah, he probably packed up and left.
He's retired. He's retired. He's already drinking. What is it? 8:30.
It's going to be a busy signal when you call the number. Right?
Hammered. But find out, what if we were to cook a turtle, what the internal temperature would be in order to get there. It's in 20 minutes. It's going to be. But anyway, so the governor's Easter egg hunt. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this. I've got between today and tomorrow, right, to do my homework and find out who's being punished. Who is Lou mad at today? And who is that in the outfit? Tony.
You think? I thought it was Tony too.
You think it's
Tony Babalta?
Yeah.
He's tall.
Egg rules.
He could fill that.
Absolutely. He's got guns. He's got guns. What is it? You want to be a part of You want to be a part of the next administration?
It's him or Chirac.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. Chairman of the Democratic Party. Yeah, you know what you're in trouble for. Get in the suit. You have to wear it for the first part. Tony has to wear it for the second. 20 away from 9 o'clock in the morning. 888-825-5888-TA. Okay, so much that we get to talk about. I hate to go back to the legislative well, but there's just so much that comes out of there that is talk-worthy, including this. A notice from the office of Telena Cruz Nelson that on Monday, April the 18th, tax day at 10 o'clock in the morning, the legislature will get together, and I imagine that they're going to have people from the Department of Education coming in for at least two bills that they're hearing, 286, which would exempt Guam Public Schools from the requirement of 180 instructional days or its equivalents of 900 instructional hours for school year 2021 and 2022. I will be watching very carefully how the vote comes down on this particular piece of legislation. And I'll tell you why. I'm not going to blame the Department of Education for having missed all those days. I'm going to miss all of the brain power in the advisory groups and the governor's office and the public health for freaking out so damn much about COVID-19 that they absolutely turned the educational calendars in this town upside down. It's their fault. But you still got to deal with it. The goal is still to educate our children as best as we possibly can and not mollycoddle them. I like that word, mollycoddle. I've been using it a lot these days. It just feels like one of those, it's like we just, life is hard, kids. I'm sorry. We missed a whole bunch of days, but you got to make it up. You have to do this. I know. And wishing it were other will not make it go away. So let's practice a thing called harden the blank up. Let's practice a thing called cope harder and get to school and make the best of whatever time that we've got. No? Let's get you tested on something that you're supposed to know, and we'll find. If you know it, then great. If you don't know it, did you know that they're not using ABCDs in the school?
Oh, that's over with, Ray.
When did that change? Is that racist? Is there a thing? Did they come out and
Maybe
say
they changed the
critical race?
song, too.
They're changing songs, like in the church. I hate it when they do that. So somebody told me that it's like 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is supposed to be like an A, except when they tell you it's not like an A. And then they'll say, okay, your kid's good. Your kid's got a 4. And then you know what happens after that? Then you actually test the kids on it, and they're not really good at it, or they're good at it, but they're like 5 grades behind. That's what's happening in the department. Anyway, so we've got more education, not less education. If you are a senator that even uttered the word education when you were running for political office, you owe it to yourself and your voters to stand up and commit yourself to 180 instructional days. I mean, even in the face of the stupid reactions to COVID-19, there's another bill that is an act to add 4124B2 to Chapter 4, Title 17, relative to creating an exemption from the service learning graduation requirement for all high school students. All right, on this is the way I want you to vote. If you're anybody with any brains at all at the legislature, get rid of this stupid piece of legislation. Repeal it and get rid of it and strike it from the history books. We need, if our kids are spending any time thinking about education, it should be reading, writing, arithmetic. I'll throw in English just to tick off the activists, right? We need kids that can read and write, and we need kids that can do their mathematics. You want to play around with all kinds of other stuff. That's fine. But this requirement for them to put up, 75 hours of service learning a year, it doesn't sound like much, and it really isn't. It'll go right by just like that. Shut up. If I'm going to ask these kids to invest 75 hours of anything, can we make it school? Can we make it studying? Can we make it special projects? Extra credit? Why are we sending our children away from the books and the classrooms and calling it education? You know why? Because it made somebody feel good. It made somebody feel good. It made them feel like they were doing something for our future generations of children. Come on, we're raising some of the dumbest kids in the world here on Guam, and nobody cares as long as they got their service learning hours in.
Is there a future generation, Ray?
Not according to what I'm reading. Is that Ken Leon Guerrero?
It's Ken Leon Guerrero.
Is that the
He's
other?
got nothing but positive things to say, Ray.
Other Governor Ken Leon Guerrero?
It is him.
Are we doing positive today?
Yeah.
Am I sending out positive vibes?
You are.
I'm wearing a red shirt, for heaven's sakes. Some of you may disagree. You're colonialist, that's why. Carpetbaggers. Horse handlers.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have been notified and instructed by Real Joe that this is a positive call day. So, towards that, and I am positive that the legislature is doing everything possible they can to screw up the future of our children with these dumb bills. These bills are almost as bad as the plastic bag bill. And I say that because today is my trash day. And so I took my plastic trash bag that's going into the landfill, and I noted there's no shopping bags in it, but there's popcorn bags in it. There's wrappers from all the meat that I eat as a keto guy. There's all these plastic bottles from my oils and all these plastic containers from the salt and pepper and all.
That's cooking oil, right?
And the cooking oil, and then there's the peanut butter jar and the mayonnaise jar that are all plastic, and they all got put into a plastic bag. They got thrown. That's going to get thrown into the. So that whole exercise in futility.
Yeah.
Now we have this one right here that we're going to take a. Our students are at a severe disadvantage to begin with, competing on the world market. And that's literally what we're doing, because we're exporting our children because they can't afford to live here. They can't find jobs here that are going to give them the kind of a lifestyle that they can get their own apartment and not have welfare.
Oh, forget it. Forget it. What did
not have Section 8.
What did the lady say? Median house price on Guam is somewhere between $250,000. Forget about it. You know, I was pushing the edge of my income envelope when I bought a house in Kenyatta, arguably 20 years ago, but still, when I bought a house out there for, you know, all things being equal, I think that would turn out to be about $170,000, and I didn't think I was going to make it through. I honestly didn't think I had that kind of credit power with the banks. You and I are obviously on the same page here. I think this is ridiculous, the idea of any kind of service learning. You want to get the kids involved in something, then let's start with getting them involved in their own education. Let's make that their service learning. What'd you do for 75 hours? You know, I spent more time in the library researching the English and mathematics and trying to learn more than my classmates. How about here's another thing. Why don't we I don't know how competitive it is anymore in the public schools, but I know in certain schools, I mean, there is really a strong competitive ethic where you tell the kids, hey, you know what? You're pretty smart, Ken, but you're not as smart as Ray Gibson. I wonder why that is. And then you're going to work your butt off trying to beat me in the GPA and beat me up on the scores and on the homework. And yeah, kissing up to the teachers. We need to do more of that, not less.
Well, you're talking about school back in the 70s before mainstreaming, because I was in 10-2.
Or private school. I'm also talking about private school. Maybe even homeschooling. I don't know. We're going to get into that conversation in a second. I thought you were going to bring up a new proposal from Paris, Sabina Paris, where she's got this new thing. They're going for a zero waste concept here on Guam. Doesn't that sound like more work on the consumer side? Doesn't it sound like more work at the house?
Yeah, I have no idea how she plans to do that, because the only way I can see her doing it is she's going to have to ban all containers coming onto the island. No plastic, no cans, no bottles, no paper. Because 99% of the stuff that goes into the landfill comes in through commercial port, and it comes in packaging. And we don't have any recycling facilities here capable of absorbing that, because one day last year sometime GWA came and took my recycling container and they didn't bring it back. And I keep asking them, you know what they tell me? We don't have enough. As soon as we get some more containers, we'll get them to you. But then I go up here to the transfer station, and up here in Agate, last time I went up there, they were all locked down, and they told me that I had to take the plastic and put it in the landfill.
I don't know. I hear what you're saying. Hey, listen, I got a more interesting name on line 2. Certainly better looking. So I'm gonna jump from this call. I appreciate your time.
All right, bye.
All right, it's true. It's Michelle Armenta.
Oh, it's so true.
I know, right? Yeah, it's not whatever. You know, I usually say I've got a bigger name on line 2, but I've got a more attractive name. Certainly, it's Michelle Armenta on the line. Good morning, Michelle. I thought maybe I thought I might be hitting a couple of notes here based on a conversation we recently had, talking about some useless stuff that we're making our kids endure instead of sitting in the classroom and getting decent grades.
Yeah, so I have experience. I homeschool my son now, and I started doing that as soon as the lockdown started.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I realized that now I went ahead and I took advantage of that time. Since then, everything has opened up, and I've just realized how much better the education is when you're doing it yourself. Because obviously nobody's going to care about your child's education more than you.
Right.
Now, I also understand that a lot of people don't have the opportunity to do that. So now I'm thinking, as you were talking, of different ways that we can help the kids get better educated. And as I believe that homeschool is a better way to go, I'm thinking, what if maybe with all this extra money that we're trying to put towards the schools, I'm sure the teachers have the best of intentions, but there is no way they can get all of these kids up to where they need to be, because they are 2 years behind. I've tested the students at home, and they are literally 2 years behind. How is a teacher going to do that when they have 20 to 30 students in their classroom?
Oh, and English is second, and English as second language challenges as well.
Well, that's another reason. But I'm even the kids that have English as the only language that they speak, they're 2 years behind in reading. They're 2 years behind in language arts. They're 2 years behind in math. Now, what if maybe, and this is just something that kind of popped into my mind, with all this money that we have, what if we gave some of that money, instead of just regular unemployment, give it to the mothers, or the fathers who are willing to do this, give it to the mothers to help them, stay at home and give them that money. If their kids were in public school and they are suffering from a lack of education, to help bring them up until they're back up to speed. And then we can put them back into the school system, and then we can, that's the route they want to go. But I think that once they start doing homeschool, they'll do everything in their power to stay home.
Oh, for so many reasons. I mean, so many eyes were open to what was really going on in the classrooms on Guam and around the nation when we found out the level of indoctrination that was going on and what was being passed off as education to our kids. Once people could see what was happening in these little Zoom calls that they were having, and you're not the only parent that I know that pulled their kids out of school. Bang! Right now, we'll do homeschooling. What you're talking about would be kind of a voucher system, and I'll tell you what, the Democrats and the lefties absolutely hate giving parents choice like that. I don't disagree. I think it would be great if there was. Tell you what, instead of educating my kid, give me the money. I will educate the kid under whatever standards you want me to perform to, and they will be able to graduate and do all this other stuff. You give me that money instead of spending it in the schools. It makes great sense, which is why it'll never happen. They want to be able to spend the money. They want to be able to hire up. They want to be able to indoctrinate your kid.
Well, see, the only reason why I was thinking of this being a temporary solution is because as a homeschooling mom, I have complete control over what it is that my kids learn. So right now my son is learning classical education, for example. That is not being taught in the schools. So he's learning ancient history. He's learning, Greek derivatives. Next year he's going to be learning, Latin derivatives. He's learning a lot more than he ever would in public school. Now, the problem is if you start having the government saying, okay, well, we're going to give you a voucher to homeschool, but this is what you are required to teach.
Right.
And we don't want that either. So because then that's kind of taking the purpose out of homeschooling.
But well, I mean, there is a standard curricula in homeschooling. I mean, isn't there like a website you can go to and buy 5th grade and then teach that on your schedule to your kid? This
falls under a law as far as the parent being able to tutor. So we're referred to as tutors.
Okay.
So we can teach them. Now we do have to teach what this, we have to have PE. We have to, there are requirements that we do have to follow, but we don't have to follow a specific curriculum. So even like with me, I was really nervous about doing it because I'm not a teacher. I don't know about this. So I went through a homeschooling program where basically my son is enrolled in a homeschool. St. Thomas Aquinas Homeschool Academy. So he has an academic advisor. They give me, okay, this is what you should do. This is okay, I'm having problems with this. What's the problem? Well, the problem is, kids don't work that way. They need to work on this. They need, their brains they're not ready for that. And I'm thinking, okay, I didn't know this because when I'm teaching them something, I expect them, okay, I taught it to you, you should know it.
Right.
Okay, they don't work that way. I can be a little impatient.
Tell me how well he makes his bed, even though you've taught him 100 times how to make the bed. We're boys. Come on, Michelle. Now, what about the grading system? This is another topic that came up in our conversation. Is that you've got these kids that are in school, and I thought it was pass or fail, but apparently there's a linear numerical system that they're using. 1 is the lowest, and 4 is apparently superior. You've grasped this, but we don't want you to believe that the 4 equals A+. So how are we grading our kids? Because that 4 that's not based on a score feels very, very subjective to me.
Well, that's just it. Because when I was first introduced to this, because I went when my son was already being homeschooled, so I went to go find out with my niece because I'm concerned about my nieces and nephews as well. So I went to go find out about what was going on, and they're explaining this 1, 2, 3, 4, replacing the A, B, C, D. And they said, do not compare it to an A+. A 4 is not an A. A 3 is not a B. This is just on how well they grasp the information. And so then I was like, well, this sounds stupid to me, but okay, I guess we'll see how this works. So then I go to one of the parent-teacher conferences. They're telling, okay, well, I have one teacher saying, okay, well, she has a 3 right now, but there's no way she can possibly get a 4 because it's not the end of the school year, so there's no way she can possibly grasp all of the information. I'm thinking, oh, okay. And now, this year, the teachers are telling her, or they did tell her, that, okay, well, you got a 4, therefore that's the same as an A. I was like, no, that's not what they said.
You said before
So now,
that it's, yeah.
it's not the same as the letter grade, so you can't use. So obviously they still want to use the letter grade system, but they can't. So how they determine what a person gets with 3 or 4 is you can't. How many did you get right?
Yes.
If you got everything right, then you know that. Then you know it very well. If you miss half of it, then obviously we have some work to do. But if you're not doing that, I don't understand. I don't understand how it is. I don't understand how that system works, and it just needs to go back. I don't know why they needed to change it.
Well, because it's easier to not manage. That's why. I mean, the whole point of in management in my career, in lots of different places, has been you cannot manage something unless you've got numbers attached to it. You can't go on feelings. The metrics are what the metrics are. If you ask
it's called a 98%. It's called a 72%. It's called a 59%. You failed, so therefore you need to repeat this grade or retake this class.
Amen to that. I don't understand when we got so touchy-feely on this. And, the thing is, I've got educators in my family, and I've got many educator friends. This is the first time I've heard any of this stuff, and it seems to me this would be contrary to what all of the years of learning that they had. So I'm wondering where all of this direction is coming from and how it's managed to survive as long as it has. 8:58 and change. Now, just real quick on the thing here. Appreciate the honey. Have not yet had a chance to try it on my Sky Flakes. I'm going to try to do that today. Number 2, there's chickens in the backyard. Are they supplying you with eggs, or are they just noise?
They are, actually. I have some caged chickens specifically for laying eggs, nice large eggs.
Next thing you know, you're gonna invite me over for a hamburger from a cow that you raised.
No, but I have thought about getting a goat. The problem is I have my alarm system, also known as the dog. So that could be a problem with goats, but I'm still contemplating that because I just love goat cheese.
Oh well, you can eat.
The price of milk, I'm gonna have to start drinking some goat milk too.
I'm making a face because I'm not sure, but whatever. In fact, I was talking about that just last night with somebody. We were talking about alternatives to beef that we can grow here on Guam, and one of the other fellas at the table leaned over and said, "Siba," right? Well, who knows, right?
On.
Yes.
No, hold on. Now a couple of people have told me that one of the islands around here has a bunch of cows.
Tinian.
Why don't we start, working from island to island, and over there they can have, they can be growing cows. Another island, they'll have all the rice, all the rice fields, Why can't we just do that and work amongst each other?
When the bright flash comes and the planes stop coming and the boats stop coming with the cans of Spam, I think there's going to be a whole lot of people that will remember that we were at one time self-sufficient, and could feed all of the mouths on Guam. It's after 9. I got to go. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay, sounds good.
So goat burger is what she's talking about. Stand by now for Fox News.
More than 85% of active COVID cases nationwide.
Fox's Jonathan Serry in Atlanta. The suspect in yesterday's shooting in a New York City subway remains in custody. Police say they arrested Frank James this afternoon after a tip came in. He's facing federal terrorism charges. They say James opened fire in a busy subway station during rush hour. 10 people were shot and another 13 were hurt.
The gun used in this, a 9mm Glock, which was recovered at this crime scene, was purchased by Mr. James in 2011 in Ohio.
Chief of Detectives James Essig, who says Frank James had 9 previous arrests in New York City and 3 in New Jersey. The motive for the shooting is still not known. If he is convicted, he could face life in prison. An additional $800 million in security assistance is heading to Ukraine.
The latest batch of military aid for Ukraine includes ammunition, weapons, and helicopter transfers.
Tailored to meet urgent Ukrainian needs for today's fight, as Russian forces shift the focus of their ruthless aggression now to eastern Ukraine.
Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby says the security package, the 7th authorized by the Biden administration, includes 11 Mi-17 helicopters that had been earmarked for Afghanistan and will now be transferred to Ukraine.
Fox's Jared Halpern. America is listening to Fox News.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees, like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old timer with cheese. This is a limited time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Two Montans Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Anger from some kids and parents in Minneapolis over the recent teacher strike that led to a longer school day and a shortened summer.
The Minneapolis School Board considering some changes to its plan to extend school days and the school year after some pushback from teachers, students, and parents.
This means that primary grade level students will be at school from 7:30 in the morning to 6 p.m. in the afternoon.
Why are you punishing us and we did nothing wrong? We did nothing to you guys.
Reaction at a Minneapolis School Board meeting as every school has lengthened instruction by 42 minutes per day and extended the school year by 2 weeks to the end of June to meet state-mandated requirements following a teacher strike last month that shuttered schools for 15 days. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Elon Musk's huge stake in Twitter has taken a new twist with the filing of a lawsuit claiming he illegally delayed disclosing his stake in the company so he could buy more shares at lower prices. The complaint filed in New York federal court accuses Musk of violating a regulatory deadline that required him to reveal he had a stake or at least 5%. The suit claims he waited until he had almost 9%. The spokesperson for the Securities and Exchange Commission declined to comment on the suit. A new government report shows prices are continuing to rise.
Prices at the wholesale level jumped last month. The producer price index rose 1.4% from February to March. For the year ending in March, prices paid before products get to consumers rose at a record level, up 11.2%. The core PPI, excluding food and energy, rose 9.2% in the year ending in March. Chinico Sola, Fox News.
Wall Street stocks ended the day higher, ending a three-day losing streak. The Dow added 344, the Nasdaq plus 272, the S&P gained 49. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evil 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evil 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evil 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
What do you want me to do? APL, American President Alliance, Global President with local home, sir. Yes, sir. Traffic? You want me to do traffic?
No.
Oh, the car plates.
Yes.
Nissan.
It's all coming standard.
Yeah. Well, everything comes in standard. I love this car. I want you to take a look at the Sentra. If you're buying a car, look, here's the point that I always make. If you are looking for a car to buy for you, don't buy anything until you've gone to Nissan. That's the sole point that I want to make. I'm all about choice. I'm all about making great deals, and I'm all about incredible safety features in car because I'm a bad driver, and a lot of the people that I spend time on the road with, likewise, bad drivers. So safety features, that's got to be right up there. But I also like creature comforts. I like being able to enjoy. Like if I got to get stuck in traffic, I want to be able to get stuck in traffic with a car. It's got a great sound system, super entertainment system, something that I can listen to my radio stations on, something I can plug in my Spotify if I want to, or better yet, something that goes, Ray's in the car, and automatically makes a connection to my phone, so the Spotify or whatever, my WhatsApp, can pop right up. And they have that kind of technology, and it's not expensive. That's another point I'm going to make about this Sentra. $22,900 is what you're going to be paying for. You're going to get in that. You will sit in that car and go, this is $30,000, right? It's $35,000 because everything seems to be starting in that range. And they go, no way, $22,900. That's entry level, bro. But look at all this stuff. Entry level, get out of here, really? Just go for the test drive and then go shop around. And I guarantee that you're probably going to head back to Nissan. And for your car dollar, for your gas dollar, you are going to choose a new Sentra.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
So Rico on the YouTube side, apparently he's got his sentence has been extended in Facebook jail. I wonder what that's all about. I don't know.
Naughty boy.
All right, so playing around with the concept of education and stuff like that. We'll see what people have got to say about all of that. Super Typhoon. It's a message retracted. I don't know what he said. Patricia says that number system is even more stupid with regard to turtles. They're on the endangered species list, or endangered, just like the elephant's tusk. That's why you pay money if you get caught with it. Yeah, okay. Is it going to bring it back? Maybe if the guy even had to be sentenced for something, right? You know what? Maybe just like I know. Don't do it again. Here's your sentence. Don't do that again. Because the government doesn't know how to prosecute you, and they can't even figure out. They wanted to do a plea, and the judge is like, what are we pleading? You didn't do anything wrong. What's going on? Just throw the thing out. There's other commentary. Patricia wanted to see if my son can get a scholarship for ND, but OMS can't determine where he is at with his grades because everybody is at 4. So there's no competition for grades anymore. Super Typhoon says, yes, 4.5 school days, the 3 R's only. And trade class. That's all we need. And McNinch has got an interesting article, as he often does, in today's Guam Daily Post, where he's, or Guam Daily Toast. I think I like that, too. With a little bit of honey from Michelle's bee thing. Yes. So tasty. Michelle, yes, in some cases, the states, they give the money to families that choose to homeschool. Philippines has a great school system, says Super Typhoon. Why not use their school system out there? It's true. You talk to anybody graduate from high school in the Philippines, they all seem to be smarter than the average bear. Only problem is they're trapped in that country in many cases. Chickens and birds, yes, yum, that's funny. Joe Cruz says the shooter is the Manchurian candidate. Real Joe was in school for being a Manchurian candidate, so he should know. We can raise pigs for food and chickens on caged land, is what they're saying. I don't know if I'm ready for that yet, bro. Or brah. I'm fond of saying brah these days. Hey, brah. I don't know if I'm totally ready for that. Happy Easter from James Howard. It's worth waiting. What is that? Is that Shamrock's place?
I don't know.
I know it's not, because there's not one flapping eye in that picture. Shamrock has at least one flapping eye. Clarissa is her name. But anyway, happy Easter to you guys. I'm pretty sure those are not the bunnies that are going to be at the governor's big, Easter.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be there, regrettably.
But you know what to look for.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't it be cool if a couple of the moms? Never mind. Who's on the phone?
That's my Uncle Angel.
Angel, Angel Sublime from the Mayor's Council. Hava Supremo, how you doing there?
I'm fine. I just want to let you know I'm not going to be the Easter Bunny hopping around Saturday either.
So that's there it is. Officially the worst job in the government of Guam. So who do you suppose going in there?
Oh, Lord, if I know.
Real Joe said Chirag.
Could be.
Could be. Tony Babauta? But is Tony? But the answer this question, you would know. You would know. Does Tony still work for the governor?
I don't believe so.
Mano, then where's he?
Malingo?
Mangilao. No, I think the baby's in Junior, bro. All right. So the question at hand here, it comes down to the finances of the Mayor's Council of Guam, because otherwise I'd be yakking with Jesse about the liberation festivities and things like that. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you caught this, but apparently they are getting ready to close out the what is it, the Omicron, whatever vaccine thing that they give to old people at the Mangilao Senior Center, so they can reopen that next week, right?
That's correct. We're reopening all the centers on May 2nd.
May 2nd. All right. So not next week, maybe a couple of weeks into the future. But having said that, one of the things, and I noticed that you've been sounding more agitated in the media when you're asked about it, has to do with the spend to meet the requirements of the open government law, and specifically the notices for even things like a municipal planning council and the mayor's council and individual mayor opportunities. None of that is funded for, unfortunately.
That's correct. It wasn't in our budget, and of course we asked the AG for an opinion, and he came back and says, "Yeah, you guys are, under the open government law, including municipal planning council. So we're going to carve out some of our ARPA funds to last out to the end of this fiscal year, and hopefully the legislature would see to it that they fund us for FY23, because it requires." At least for the MCOG, twice, once a month we have to notice it twice, and then MPCs do it also twice. So it's around $400 or $500 a shot for a month that we have to come up with for. And then on top of that, we've got to have all these devices in case anybody needs assistance, persons with disabilities. These are all. I mean, the agency says there's no way around it unless the law is amended. Then we've got to comply.
Yeah, well, nobody's going to amend the open government law. We need more of that than less. Now, did the governor's office say they were going to help you out by throwing some ARP money at that?
Well, we do have some ARP money for operations, so just on our side, we'll be able to carve out some of that.
Will that be accepted by the Department of Treasury when they, or whoever, when they review all the final numbers? They're going to say that was a correct use of the funds or not?
Well, I remember the governor in her veto message telling the legislature that she realizes that there are no funds made available by the legislature in appropriation for any agency to comply with the open government law. So she's looking at ARPA, and that's the same thing we're looking at.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you guys to be in a position where the governor's office comes back to you and says, yeah, we talked to the people in the states, and they said that wasn't a righteous use of the money, so but we have to give it back to them, and so we're going to take it from you.
Well, if they do, at least the very thing is we're complying with the law.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, we'll have somebody else come up with that.
All right. Well, I look forward to seeing how this works. Normally I'd go, well, it's tough on the mayors and everything, but in this case, it looks like it's a kind of a surprise. It was done the way it was for so many years. All of a sudden, people are clamoring now for it. And I'll tell you what, if it changes back, I will clamor for it to be as open as it is right now. I think it's great to be able to open up the newspaper, see all these boards and commissions and councils that are meeting, and seeing literally what's on their agenda, what it is exactly that they're going to be talking about. So I hope that it stays this way. Maybe I don't know, is there a way to do this? Because I noticed that there was a conversation about being able to take these meeting notices and buying ads on broadcast, radio, and television. The question I have is nobody's ever asked us for our rates for that kind of thing. So, and I'm sure that our rates would be far better than what you're getting in print.
Well, now that you bring it up, maybe for the May meeting, we'll look at that, because the law says either print and media or radio.
Right, and we're Pica's best, so that must mean that we got more people than anybody else listening to us. So you buy an ad here, and that will constitute notice.
As long as we comply with the law and in this case save money, why not?
Roger that. Roger that. All right, Angel, I'll talk to you pretty soon. We'll solve this problem over some beer, etc.
Yeah.
Wait. Order first. I got a Sam on verification. Sam, what, like mayor's verification?
I believe she has a mayor's question.
All right. Talking with Angel Sablon from the Mayor's Council, Sam wants to know about verification. Sam, you're in conference with Angel Sablon right now.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen. I just came from DMV this morning, and I was sent away. And I was there yesterday morning for like 3.5 hours. And I had seen some really sad things happen yesterday with other people trying to get their IDs, so forth, needing a mayor's verification. So there was a gentleman in front of us, and we have ours ready, and I have a running vehicle, and times are hard with gas and stuff like that. So the reviewer for Reverend Tax told the individual in front of me that he had to go because he didn't have a mayor's verification. And I didn't know that, so I asked the gentleman, I said, would you like us to hold your line? Because, you know, he's been in line since 6 o'clock in the morning. And he goes, it's okay. And I said, are you sure? I have no problem. He said, no problem. As I left the building, because I dropped off my daughter, the gentleman that was turned away because he didn't have a mayor's verification was on foot. That's why he said it's okay, we didn't have to save this line. And I felt really bad because gas is really high and everybody's having a hard time. So my question is, and I spoke with other individuals there lining up for, I think, like 4 or 5 hours before us, was if you don't have a mayor's verification, isn't there any way, because with technology being at its highest and you can do all these things, isn't there any ways that the government can help these people, help the people of Guam, make it a little easier, those who are with no transportation, so forth, link up with Reverend Tax, because when you're there at Reverend Tax and you're there after 12:30 or 1 o'clock, the portal for Social Security gets cut off. So you're sent away. And, I mean, if they can do that stateside, why can't we do that on the island? Just to help those who really don't have the resources to get the mayor's verification at the last minute. I've been there already 3 days in a row.
Oh my God!
And I just got turned away this morning because system went down.
Oh my God!
Yeah, and there's a lot of people because you know how it's tax. Then the
tax next week. There's all kinds of people that need to get their driver's licenses and all kinds of other stuff renewed because for so long they let that go and postponed it. But now that it's back, all kinds of even more people now are showing up for those kinds of things. I had somebody that needed to get a replacement driver's license. I don't know why they couldn't do it online, but it took them 2 days, about 4 hours at a time, every single time. Sam. I think I know where you're headed. Now. I suppose bottom line question is: why are there so many requirements for services in the government of Guam that require a mayor's verification? Why can't I just show up with my power bill or my water bill that shows that I take service at that address, so that you know where exactly I am? Angel, what are your thoughts?
And I feel for the lady. We've brought up that same suggestion. Why don't you use utility bills? Other agencies in the states, they apply for something. It says send us your fiscal address. It's on a utility bill. So we're working towards that, and we're trying to see whether if the resident can call us 24 hours in advance, and we can connect with DMV and just email.
Something like that.
Yeah, there we go.
They declined that yesterday. They declined that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Sablon, but they declined that. We had asked that, and the lady, of course, it's out of her hands because policy of government of Guam, Reverend Tax. But I was like, do you have a suggestion box? Can we say something? Because I was okay. I had transportation. I had enough gas in my vehicle to take me there. But there were so many that were turned away, and I felt bad. I felt so bad because that could be my kid next year. You know what it is. I don't know. But, I mean, if they can do something like that, that would be very helpful for those who just don't have that resource. I mean, the lady goes, we can't accept email because we're not in COVID anymore. I went, what? I had to quiet myself, bite my tongue because she said we're not in COVID no more. How are we not in COVID? We are still in COVID. How come you're doing this? Because this is $600 from where I was standing is what revenue and taxation made yesterday. The others that left, revenue and taxation threw that revenue away yesterday because of not having a mayor's verification. How are you trying to collect on taxes and stuff like that? And you threw away business yesterday, and then you made that person hurt because now they have to go look for gas money to get them to revenue tax or wherever they else need to get these things. But sir, if you can bring that to the attention of the governor, whomever makes these decisions that would make it just a little bit easier for the people of Guam, I appreciate it. And I just wanted to voice that today, this morning,
Yeah, you're
for
awesome,
everybody that was turned away.
You're awesome. I think you're speaking for a lot of people that are expressing frustrations with the systems that we have. So many that got put in place during the COVID times that they're getting rid of because somebody told them that we're out of them. If it made sense then, if it made things easier, safer, and more convenient for your customers, why would you eliminate that policy? It doesn't make sense, does it? Great call.
Thank you, gentlemen. You have a nice day. Stay safe and happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you, Sam. I appreciate it. Happy Holy Thursday to you. Angel Sablan, you get the last word here.
Yeah, just from Sam's suggestion, we'll probably in our main meeting, if we have room, we'll invite DMV and Daphne come to our meeting, and everybody, since we're going to be streaming live and everything's open, they can see what they say, and they can text us questions that we are able to ask these people. But we'll see. And I think we really got to move forward and find out. In this time of technology, why can't things just be simpler?
I don't know. You remember when they said that anybody that wanted to sign up for, what was it, the EBTs? There was some program that people needed to sign up for, and just the hint that they would need mayor's verification, just the hint of that sent literally thousands of residents on Guam to their mayor's offices to get in front of this so that they could get their mayor's verification.
Yeah.
It was the stimmy money that was coming out, and it wasn't until after we pointed that out, and I think Jesse got to the lieutenant governor who was, I think, acting governor at the time, and said, "This is really stupid. Can you make it go away?" And finally, they did. But again, it just seems to me that there are so many new and unique ways that we can use technology and systems. On the other hand, as Sam said, they kicked her out today because the system went down. Hoffa, what is all that about? 9:23. Angit, I'm going to let you go. I'll see you soon.
Hey, happy Easter, brother.
All right, right on. 888-825-5888-TALK. Happy Easter to you as well. Shouts to listeners all over the place. Pasay in the Philippines got us on loud and proud. Looks like Honolulu, Hawaii, and Seattle are playing around with us this morning. A bunch of calls that are lining up. I'll see what I can do with these. Dr. Macris, George Macris, going to be talking to us about the XE variant. Coming your way soon to a COVID-19 pandemic. It's not over yet, guys. They're not done scaring us. At 9:24, though, last hour, spent some time. Ken LG's on the line with me, and I got Michelle Armenta, who was on the line, complaining about the way that she sees the way the curriculum and grading seems to be going in the Department of Education. Now, Guy works at the Department of Education, and disclosure, I think we're neighbors. I think he's not one of my neighbors. I don't know.
I think he's from Agana Heights, man.
Good, well, again, but he's Sanchez, and I live near Sanchez, all over the place. So a little bit of disclosure there. Also spends a lot of time working with Erica at the Department of Education. I think she's a fantastic lady as well. But there are a lot of parents out there scratching their head, wondering about this, that, and the other. So Joe Sanchez, you've read the name before in media, is in charge of curriculum at the Department of Education. Welcome to the show, Joe.
Hey, Ray, thanks so much for taking my call. I so happened to be listening earlier, and I just wanted to chime in.
All right. Now, possible, you get two adults talking about education. Nobody's going to be happy about anything, and certainly not when we've got folks at the legislature that are going to be talking about getting a waiver on the 180 instructional days. I know that there's been the pressure on DOE, but I'm telling you, the kids need the time in the school. And I hear things about how they are being graded. Is it pass or fail? Are we going with a numerical system as opposed to A, B's, and C's? So enlighten me, Joe. Tell me what's going on.
Sure. So I guess I wasn't prepared for a full presentation.
That's
so
all right.
Let me know if I'm rambling.
Just a couple of guys, a couple of boys on the radio.
Yeah. Okay, great. So basically, we've moved to what's called a tiered grading system or standards-based grading system. This is really, in a lot of states, this is really the natural progression when you're talking about implementing standards. And, I understand even standards themselves, can sometimes be controversial. But we're basically talking about what students are supposed to learn in a class, whatever that is. It could be baking, it could be, high-level calculus or whatever. But whatever class we're talking about that's what we mean by standards and priority skills. So traditional grading, as you know, is just percentages. You give assignments, you give, projects or whatever. You put a number to it. The unfortunate part to that is traditional grading is not really a consistent body of grading practices. In fact, even within the Department of Education, when people would say, well, what was wrong with the old way? And the question we would ask is, well, can you describe for me what the old way was? And the reality is, the old way is that every teacher just decides how a student is graded. I mean, most people who go into, and it's not even just in public school, even in private school, most of the time it's really just whatever the teacher decides to do to determine the grade. A certain percentage goes to quizzes, a certain percentage goes to assignments and whatnot, and then you add those numbers together and then you come up with a percentage, and that is supposed to somehow be the demonstration of whether or not the students understood the material. Well, that's not necessarily the case, and you look at a lot of studies out there that show the relationship between grades and actual student test scores, and there really is not a lot of correlation.
Well, there was no correlation when I was in school because I cheated constantly, but that's me. So I could get those really, really high grades, but at the end of it, didn't know jack about whatever it was that sister or brother was trying to teach me in school. But that was my story, and maybe even some ammunition to support your side. So if I hear what you're saying, it's difficult to pin people down on what that old way was, because each individual teacher made a determination one way or the other of what they felt were the components that made up that final grade. How much homework, how much class time, how much by way of projects, how much by way of the big paper that you've got to write at the end of the year.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And what standards-based grading does is it really focuses the teachers, and focuses really much everybody. So it's not just a teacher, it's not just the students, it's when we express it to parents and so on. But it's really focused on what the students are supposed to be learning for that class. And it's reported in terms of what are called proficiency levels. Those are the famous 4, 3, 2, 1 that people are hearing about,
right,
where they're like, what does that mean? Well, it's actually a proficiency level. That means to what extent is the student achieving that standard? And that comes out with basically a claim. And this is not something that I understand that people say, well, that sounds awfully subjective. Well, the thing is, evaluation is subjective. That's the point. Any evaluation. When you evaluate your employees, when you evaluate anybody, you have to give a professional judgment. The difference is it's not subjective in a way that a teacher just decides one day they're at level 3 or they're at a level 4. It's real. The teachers, and this is a really rigorous process. In fact, we've just been doing it this past week, and we're going to do it again when the teachers come back to school, is we get the teachers together, they look at the standards, they identify what are called priority standards, skills, and topics, and these are teachers throughout the district for every content area that's taught in the DOE. They debate, they discuss, they do this for almost an entire day, where they identify what those skills are, and they develop what are called proficiency skills. Proficiency skills is exactly what most people call them rubrics, right? Proficiency skills are a type of rubrics where it's criteria that a student must meet in order to say that they've actually demonstrated that standard. So this is not something that they just kind of pull out of the air. They really sit down and they discuss, okay, if a student needs to know this standard, what is sufficient evidence to show that they've actually met that standard? That is a lot more accurate, that is a lot more specific than simply saying, oh, here's a worksheet, fill out this worksheet. Oh, you got 7 out of 10? Okay, great, you're getting 70%. Well, what does that mean, 70% out of 10? Yeah, you can numerically calculate that. But in terms of meaning and definition, it means absolutely nothing, because all you're getting is a number. When in fact, when you're looking at the evidence that a teacher or a student needs to put in to demonstrate that they actually achieve the standard, you're looking at a combination of either, depending on what the subject is, it's either an essay, it's either projects, whatever a teacher chooses to use as evidence that that they work on together, that will be demonstration of them actually meeting the standard. Now, and let me just make one more point regarding percentages and how people kind of believe this is a little bit more accurate. Let me ask you this question. I taught language arts and reading, when I was a teacher. How do you put a percentage to a piece of writing?
If I was to write an essay, if you were asking me about that big paper that's always due at the end of the school year.
Yeah, it's not designed for percentages. Same thing with a project. How do you put a percentage to a project? How do you put a percentage to a presentation? How do you put a percentage to, a model that a student or a science project that they demonstrate? Forcing people or assuming that percentages are more accurate is just not correct. You're really forcing a teacher. Oh yeah, this paper is about 80%. How do you calculate that? Percentages work well when it comes to simple things like multiple choice test, or something where you have to perform 20 tasks and you perform 15 tasks out of the 20. Yeah, you can do the math on that and come up with a percent. But in terms of it being more accurate in terms of measurement precision, that's just not the case.
All right, as an example, all right, so I hear what you're saying, Joe. I hear what you're saying. So when we've got something, what you want to be able to do is please explain to me why why water boils at this temperature, at this pressure. Please describe that in your essay. And the student is going to have to explain the physics behind pressure and behind temperatures of water at sea level and at the top of Tibet, the skyscraper, right? I mean, I hear what you're saying. And if they totally grasp it, you'll be able to see in whatever colorful language they put together. And you'll also be able to see if they're trying to draft around it, especially if I was writing the thing. Give me 75 words.
It could be a presentation. It could be a variety of ways that a student can demonstrate their knowledge of that principle that you just spoke about.
Explain how radio works in 75 words or less. So I would be able to grade somebody if you either understand it or you don't understand it.
Man, you're hitting it right on the nose. That's exactly it.
Holy smokes, I can be a teacher.
If we were to try to deduce that or reduce that down to a multiple choice test, here's an assignment. Fill out this worksheet to whether or not you know the principles of being a radio host or whatever.
Yeah.
If a student, maybe they could get it, but it would only be based on those items that were put on that particular test. On the other hand, if we worked, let's say that you were a professor or an instructor about being a radio host, and you would get together with your other radio host and you would determine, okay, what are the skills that a new radio host would need, and then you would actually level that out to say, well, if you're a good or whatnot, what would these skills be, and be able to articulate that, and then be able to put them in a situation where they can demonstrate those skills. Boom. That's where the accuracy, that's where the meaning behind a grade comes in.
Okay.
Not some assignment that just you numerically calculate and say, oh, we got an 80%. Okay, great. That's kind of what we're working towards.
I can see the horns of the debate, and it's a very, very interesting conversation that we're in. I'm going to have to bring you in. Can we schedule a time maybe when you're not as crazy busy? I know that you guys are a moving target down there. Maybe you and Erica can come in and talk about this from time to time, because I think it's a great conversation. I think it's also now we've got this tiered system here. I'm assuming that 4 means I've got a grasp of it. 1 means I don't. So what do we need 2 and 3 for?
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad you asked that question. So another area that's really different from quote-unquote traditional grading is traditional grading has always been seen as simply summative. So let me just kind of give you a quick background on formative and summative. Formative assessments are basically meant to determine progress, to determine that students are learning over the course of a period of time. Summative is the final grade, basically, is what did they end, right? So, people call it assessment for learning versus assessment of learning. So when you take a formative nature, the concept there is we want the student to learn the standard. The idea is not to just teach it and then grade it. I'll give you an example, and this is especially important now, and this is what we want people to understand. This strategy is so important, especially now with COVID. You know, those 2 years that we quote-unquote missed, this is how we help students catch up. I'll give you a real quick example. Let's say one of the standards is a student needs to learn how to count to 30, right? That's not really the standard, but let's just say that the standard is the student needs to count to 30. Well, I'm going to teach it. The student, well, you know, I'm sorry, you can only count up to 20. You know what, based on our percentages, you're getting a 60-something, you're getting a D, you know, and that's it, I'm sorry. Well, no. The point is not to just grade them and say, well, you can't reach 30. The point is to get them to reach 30. So what we need to do with our grading is, okay, well, so far you're getting to 20. You didn't reach 30 yet, but you know, by the end of the year or by the end of this grading period, we need you to get to 30. Because you need to learn how to count to 30 before we move on to counting to 100 or whatever. So that's the idea, is we want the students to learn the skills. We want them to learn the standards of that class. So our grades need to reflect their progress and not simply be, well, here's your worksheet or here's your test. Oh, you got a 70%. Okay, that's passing. Well, it may be passing and it may be a C, but it's not enough for that student to be able to take that prerequisite skill onto the next grade. We want them to learn the standards over the course of that year, and that's what the 1, 2, 3, 4 does, is if you're at a level 1, and, well, the lowest is actually 0, right? But the thing is, 0 has a very particular meaning in our grading system, right? A lot of people think, well, you know, a 0 is the work just wasn't turned in or whatever. Well, that's a little different. So we differentiate between a student being at level 0, which means they cannot perform the skill at all. But what that means is that we actually assess them. The teacher actually saw the student in some kind of, you know, way that they could demonstrate the skill and the student can't do it. Well, that's a level 0 versus a student who just didn't turn in any work. So if a student didn't turn in any work or refuses to turn in any work, that is a behavior issue. That is not an academic issue. We can't assess the student if we don't have any data. It's just like the doctor can't tell you what's wrong if you don't take any tests.
I gotta take that.
Right? If you don't do anything, we won't be able to know. So level 0 is actually the lowest level, meaning the student cannot perform the skill at all.
All right.
Level 1 is they're starting to get it, but it's really at such a low level that the student hasn't mastered that. 2 is actually making progress. The student is making progress. They understand their prerequisite skills, and then once they're at a 3, then that means they've met the standard. And of course, we break it up into increments of 1.5 and so on. But that's really just to show the progress the student is making. Now, the level 4, and I heard earlier about the discussion regarding how does it translate to letter grades. And some of the teachers, you know, don't like the fact that we still have letter grades, especially because they've asked us to take away the letter grade part. But there's still a lot of parents who ask, can you just make it simple and just, is it an A or B or whatever? Well, it's not bad to have 4 equivalent to an A, which is basically what it is on our conversion thing, where it's a certain level. If you're at a 3 point something, it's an A, A plus, and so on. So the conversion is not exactly that bad. But the idea is people think that, oh, if I'm at the beginning part of a lesson and I'm getting a 2, which might convert to about a C, their assumption is, oh my God, my kid's getting a C. It's like, well, your kid's getting a C now, but you know, looking at the progress that the student is making, it's possible that within the next couple of weeks he's going to move up to a 3 or a B. Now, I think, you know, the problem is most systems in the States who are using standards-based grading, they did away with the letter grades, and they just said, you know, pull the Band-Aid off and stop having people think about letter grades. In Guam, we didn't think people were ready for that 100%. So that's why we kept the letter grades and we converted it from numbers to letters. And, you know, again, there's some teachers who, you know, said, Joe, don't do that. Just pull the Band-Aid off and stay with the numbers and explain that to everybody. And we said, you know, there's still people who want to see an A, want to see a B. It has an emotional kind of, you know, a feeling for them.
You're talking to a 60-year-old that doesn't like change at all, and many other people that are listening that are, you know, hesitant to change. So, but a very interesting conversation. Now, Michelle Armenta is back online, but I'm going to disappoint Michelle. I'll tell you what, we've gone long on the conversation. I will have a special show. I've got Joe's telephone number, and we'll come into the conversation, because this feels like it's a great place and a great time to have this, because there's so much pressure now, and the conversation that's taking place over at the legislature legislature next week on education and the value of all of this. And if we got kids that are at twos right now and are going to get stuck there because we're going to be eliminating another 24 instructional days, I've got a problem with that. I think we need to be able to get them more education and give them an opportunity to get to the 3 or the 4, or show the progress in the effort, as you said, and then show an end result. So I hope you and I are in agreement on that. I think the school needs to stand on 180 days. And if you disagree, please tell me why.
So I do, and we've discussed it at length with our teachers and our school administrators, and we understand that when you calculate the days, it comes out to 24 days because of the alternating schedule. But a lot of teachers reminded us that work was actually given to students during that time, so it wasn't like they were off. And even when we received input from parents and students, it's the time was lost. Right. What needs to happen is we need to focus on the quality of education, which is happening right now. And a couple of months ago now, time flies so fast. But in January, one of the people on the radio asked me, what is the number one recommendation that you have to parents? What is the number one strategy that would help them actually help their kids? And I said, well, send them to school. Every day. And, they thought I was joking when I said that. I said, no, we were 5 days a week for a month already, and we still had students who were coming to school every other day for some reason. We're like, why are you doing that? Come to school every day. And our teachers will attest to you. Yeah, our teachers will attest to you that when they come every day, they see progress. They see progress in a lot of students. The students who are struggling are the ones who are not coming on a consistent basis. And, we are very, very supportive. We understand that COVID hit hard. We understand that, families were going through so much. So that's why attendance was not really focused on as a punitive measure. But attendance is really important because when students are in school, when they're there, the teachers are able to utilize the strategies and interventions that will help them.
On so many different levels. So many different levels. I agree. Real Joe's going to be in touch with you. We'll set up an in-studio in the next few days if you've got some time. Otherwise, one last question for you is where do you buy your coffee, bro? I'm usually at a 10 or 11 or 12 on a scale of hyper, and I got people chiming in going, this guy's got Ray beat by a mile. Where do you get your how are you so amped? What is that, Red Bull and coffee?
I get it at Asiga. I get the keto coffee here at Asiga.
Okay, gotcha. I'm looking forward to an in studio and tell you what, bring your armor because I think we're going to have. There are folks that are online that are some nodding their head and trying to understand where you're headed. Others are just saying BS sounds like BS to me. So we'll get you in here and you can defend standard base. Maybe other conversations about where education is going to be headed for our kids. I enjoyed the time. I'm glad that you listened.
You have my number. Text anytime.
All right, roger that. Have a great day, Joe. Happy Easter to you and the family. It's Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be. See, now I feel like I've got to talk fast, just as him. But I honestly was kind of engaged in some of what he was saying, and it's hard because I'm an old fart. I go to church and I still say things the old way, right? Their whole and with your spirit. I'm not there yet. It takes me a while. You gotta. And what's it been? 15 years now that they've changed that, and I'm still, long, I'm still. And I don't hold hands with anybody in church because I never kind of got that. I don't raise my hand up because it seems to me that that's the priest's job to raise the hands up, not mine. I want it to be like the way the nuns taught me, and that's not the way the nuns taught me about education. So if it's new, it must be bad. But at least we got to hear the guy out. Elaine says, with SBG, teachers are still confused. James Howard says, this guy needs some more coffee. William Shadowin says, James, no kidding. He's hyperbolic, man. Got Ray beat by a mile. Jose Martinez, yet remedial math and English are courses at the university. Why? Jose? Ray Gibson secret time. I had to take remedial math.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I had to take remedial math.
85.
Dwayne's guy.
Dwayne's guy. In the faith.
Yeah, I got out of, but it was more of an application issue. But once I took it, I was able to get it, and I also get the point that he makes about what is the standard, what is the old way of doing it, because I'm the guy on the first day of that remedial math class at the University of Guam. I'd already had the teacher pinned. I mean, I went in there with my standard negotiating. Tell you what, if we got better than 90. all the way through the course. If everybody scores better than 90 in the course, can we make it so that the final is optional? Right? And then the guy's like, yeah, okay, I guess we can do that. Final's optional. And can you throw out the lowest grade on any of our tests? And the guy'd say, yeah, I guess we can throw out the grade on any of the tests. So really, if all you did was the minimum, you ought to be able to get into the class. And if anybody started falling behind, the entire class would back them up, because none of us wanted to take the final. And so, yeah, I got a 90. I think I got a 95 in that class at the University of Guam. Somebody's going to check and prove me a liar. But my point is that whatever his standard was, the student was able to make that change. So it was kind of entertaining to me. Let me see. Elaine then says, blah, blah, blah. Williams says, yeah, he's got you beat. Yes, indeed, says Brandon. What's he smoking? Bonnie Subas, his skill. What happened to learning and retention? Reading to understand how things work. Ray Polino is online. Yeah. Okay, now everybody's talking to each other. Right, so,
it's just another brick in the wall, Ray.
I think so. Did you say brick or break? Do I want to take a break?
I don't know, man. It's up to you.
Dude,
it's your show.
He's even told me how he wants to be introduced in the thing. And he says, intro me as the state bullied / canceled Guam doctor. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, on line 2, is it?
He is on line 2.
Dr. George Macris calling in from the free zone. Buenos and half a day.
Hey, half a day. It's beer time for us. Coffee time for you.
What makes you think it's not beer time for me, bro? I got 15 minutes left in the program, and I got 3 lines with people on it. I can kill 15 minutes, no problem. Okay, so go ahead.
No, I was going to say morning beer. What the heck? What difference does it make?
People used to eat popcorn for breakfast in the 1700s. It's true. They did. I read it.
Well,
I read it today in a thing. Hold on. It's in the things for board DJs to talk about. Today or yesterday. Hold on. But anyway, something along the lines of back in the old days, people would eat popcorn for breakfast.
Yeah, so then be traditional and add the beer. Bring it up to a modern twist. But anyway, COVID did a lot of things to people's habits. And I think that's what you want to talk about today.
Yeah, well, we're apparently BA.2 is not scary enough. And so they've come out with the XE variant and also throwing around loosely the phrase recombinant. Now, I'm not a doctor. I read what I read, but I'm not a doctor, so I want to be able to, as efficiently and effectively for our listeners so that they get it, so they get a 4 on their evaluation here. Explain to them what the XE variant is that we know of, and what does recombinant mean?
All right. Well, first of all, the only variant you have to worry about is the midterm variant, okay? The midterm election variant. But now that's the one that's going to be, ballyhooed around September and is going to create a bigger healthcare emergency. Now, the XE has been around for a while. It's been bouncing around Europe. The British do a lot of isolating, and it's just a mixture of B1 and B2. And some people get simultaneously infected. Mm-hmm. And when viruses develop, they hijack your cellular your cellular machinery. And if 2 of them are doing it at the same time, a piece of one and a piece of the other get into it. They named it the XE. It's kind of like they're trying to come up with more sinister names. But it's no worse than Omicron, possibly even less. It just is more infective, which, once again, is what viruses do. They get more infective, and they try to be less pathogenic, and that's precisely what this one's doing. So not to worry, especially Guam, not to worry.
Well, I don't know. They're talking about maybe Tuesday lifting the outdoor mask mandate, among other things, and lifting any restrictions on the number of people that can gather indoors. I'm kind of looking forward to that because, it's not like, well, I tell you what, we're doing it already. We're just, nobody is looking. I got the report from DPHSS on where it was that they investigated, and I want to say it was a bar. They found something wrong. They didn't even explain what it was, but they said they fixed it, on the spot. So my guess is that if they're doing any environmental health investigations for COVID-19, they're purely cursory. 9:49 in the morning. All right. But you're talking about maybe I had one kind, and then I simultaneously got the other one, and it made a new kind of COVID booger.
Well, yeah, it's just kind of like having a black cat and a white cat. You might get a calico cat or something. I don't know. I think that's what you call it in the middle. It's no big deal, and it's just another name to try to get people excited. But on a practical level, on the ground, you don't see much of anything happening in the United States versus Europe because it's estimated about 90% of the U.S. has either vaccinated immunity or hybrid immunity. They've already had COVID. It spread through the U.S. The U.S. is immune. Guam even more. So once again, forget about the rest of the world. Look at Guam. Look at those few cases they have. It's even unclear whether those admissions were with, those hospital admissions were with or because of COVID. Yeah. Unlikely because of COVID. And Guam has to exceed the mainland U.S. in the number of vaccinated and hybrid immune. So not to worry about Guam at all. And the fourth
See, this is why I wish that you were on the advisory board. This is why I wish that they'd overlook whatever that unpleasantness was when Mike was the lieutenant governor and you got and what's his name got tarred and feathered. Because we need to have the 10th man on the physicians advisory group. We got to have everybody else is towing whatever line it is that they've got or trying to make sure their financial rice bowls don't get tipped over. We need to be able to listen to one guy that says, you know what, this is nonsense. You guys it's an overreaction and this is unnecessary. You don't need to do this. How about you be the one governor in the United States besides the guy in Florida that looks at it and says, oh, this is a piece of cake. This is a piece of cake. I'll tell you what, we'll get the sick people all the medicine that they need, and we'll tell everybody else if they can go get a job.
We're still waiting for somebody to look into what happened to me so I can get uncanceled and unbullied, but I'd be happy to come back to Guam. My condo's almost done with renovations. But moving on to vaccines, there's new data on that. And if you care to hear about it.
Go ahead.
All right. So Israel on April 7th published a fourth vaccine report, but unfortunately they excluded anybody that had any prior COVID. And they found maybe they went from about 4 cases per 100,000 down to about 1.5. But once again, these are people that never had COVID. In reality, you can take 90% of that and you'll end up with a trivial improvement and benefit, which only seems to last 6 or 8 weeks with the fourth vaccine over age 60. So right now, you can ask your doctor if you're over age 60, should I get it? Should I not? But I'm just saying it's not a barn burner.
Right. Well, I didn't think it would be. We're hearing numbers even shorter than that time period. 9:52 in the morning. Somebody wants to know, why is Shanghai tripping out so much? You watching that from your side?
I am, and I was actually with a Guam person, again, whose wife is Chinese. And, what it is, it seems like it may be just they were heading towards food shortages and other financial issues anyway, and it may be just a mechanism to cover all that up. So in other words, it's time to call an emergency just to cover up what may be inherent to the Chinese population right now, which were impending food shortages. So lock them up and don't let anybody complain, and that's what at least that thinking is from a Chinese national that's now in the U.S.
Wow, that's scary because even Biden's been talking about food shortages are going to happen. Wouldn't it be interesting if they attempted the same thing, taking a page out of the Chinese playbook? 9:53. Dr. George Macris, appreciate you calling in from the free zone. We'll check in with you in the next variant.
Righto. Hey, you all have a great day, a happy Easter, and it's time to break the seal on this can.
Oh, boy. All right. You enjoy that, and I'll be breaking some seals before too much longer as well. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And that's just a little bit of time between here and now. 9:54 in the morning. I've pushed off this break for as long as I think is practical. If I wait any longer, then I got a feeling that Real Joe will probably just fly right by. So let me take this quick break, and we'll come back. I think Louis is on the line. Let's see if we can get what's on his head next.
This is the sound of connecting with nature. Connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before, with real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts. First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank, Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evil 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evil 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evil 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Oh, no. The Points Pandemic family on Facebook. There's so many different groups here. So there's a group on Facebook. If you want to be a part of it, and I want to say right-click on Pam's name, and she might be able to add you to it. I don't think there's any limits, but it's a big group. And one of them might have heard me say something about not coming to work tomorrow. And the long and short of it is, tomorrow is not a holiday for the program. We work on Good Friday, and we'll come in and do the show as we have on Good Fridays going back, I don't know, hundreds of years.
Start with a prayer.
Yeah, well, no. Yeah, there's always a mental prayer going on. I just don't know if I've got the. But here's the thing: is I was joking before because Jimmy Moylan said today is Bobby Stringy's birthday, and I said, well, I might be nursing a self-inflicted head wound at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I might be here whether I am lucid or not. But, you've been listening to me for a long time. That's not a primary requirement of the program. Louis on the line. Let's talk education here, brother.
Hey, Ray, I just want to put a plug in for standards-based education. Years ago, it was referred to as criteria-based education. It's exactly the same thing. Simplest way to understand it is this. It's what the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts have been doing for 100 years. Think about when you had to get your knot tying merit badge.
Okay.
The expectation was you properly could tie 11 different knots that were shown to you ahead of time that you had to practice on. And, when you're ready, you went to the scout leader and said, give me it. Okay. And either you could tie the 11 knots correctly or you couldn't. If you tied the 11 knots correctly, you met the standard, you met the criteria, you got your knot tying merit badge. You didn't get a 95% score. That meant nothing.
Yep.
It's either you could tie the 11 knots or you couldn't.
So that might be why people are hearing that and going, okay, pass or fail.
Well, yeah, that's one way to look at it. Now, it's more sophisticated because there's actually there's 4 levels. Does not meet criteria. Well, there's at least 3. Does not meet criteria, meets criteria, exceeds criteria. So with the case of the kid that only ties 8 of the knots correctly, they don't meet the criteria.
Right.
Now,
No badge.
If you get the kid that ties 11 knots correctly and then says, hey, by the way, I got these other 4 knots I know how to tie, and he or she does it correctly, he or she exceeds the criteria. There you go.
I got you. And is there extra credit, and how do we factor that in?
Well, see, the concept of extra credit goes back to the idea of more points. We're going to give you 103 on your report card instead of 100. Well, that's nice, but, in life we meet criteria. Think of the plumber. We want the plumber to fix the leak. We don't want the plumber to reduce the leak by 95%.
I love it when my relations call in. Well, I'll tell you what, there are people, as you know, clearly this is a subject of great debate in the educational community and among parents that find themselves kind of at odds with this, and then old farts like me that just don't like change. So we're going to reach out to Joe and have Joe come back into the studio, and I may dedicate an entire couple of hours to this. If nothing else, just take phone calls from people that will want more of him defending himself. And I know it'll be interesting because the guy talks just as fast, if not faster, than me. So there's going to be a lot of information in this. Cuz, I'll talk to you pretty soon.
You take care, Ray.
You know I will. Happy Easter to the family. Closing in on 10 o'clock in the morning on the radio station, literally just seconds away from the Fox News Live. What a fun show today. I didn't get around to doing celebrity birthdays, but I did want to note that today is Ex-Spouse Day, and I thought maybe it would be nice to put a picture of the ex and the daughter as they're doing some traveling across the states, looking for colleges and I think Lululemon. I'm not sure. Happy Ex-Spouse Day to you, wherever you guys happen to be. It's 10. Here's the news.
Ukraine's capital, Kyiv.
The Austrian chancellor met this week with Russian President Vladimir Putin to confront him on the killing taking place. He described the talk as tough and unfriendly. Today, 4 other European leaders traveled to the Ukrainian capital by train in a show of solidarity amid the backdrop of these Russian atrocities. The presidents of Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv as the Ukrainian leader pushes for more Western military support.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Kyiv. Ukraine's president in his daily video address said he's sincerely thankful to the U.S. for the additional $800 million in military assistance President Biden announced earlier today. He called Crime Stoppers on himself. That's what New York City police are saying about Frank James, the suspect in yesterday's shooting in a subway station in the borough of Brooklyn. He was arrested this afternoon without incident.
We have one witness who says, what did you do? He goes, oops, and then he pops the 2, brandishes the firearm, and fires 33 times.
NYPD Chief of Detectives James Essig. Police say 10 people were shot. Another 13 were hurt in the attack. Yesterday, they recovered a rental van and other weapons, including additional guns and a hatchet they say belonged to James. If convicted on federal terrorism charges, he could get life in prison. A lawyer for Texas Congressman Henry Cuellar says federal authorities have told him the Democrat is not the target of an investigation that led the FBI to search his home. Cuellar, who's in the midst of a re-election campaign, denied any wrongdoing in January after agents searched his house in Laredo as part of an investigation related to the former Soviet Republic of Azerbaijan. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New from the Fox News Podcasts Network, Dana Perino, co-host of the 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a difference in the lives of others. Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has followed through on his promise to send migrants caught at the U.S. southern border to Washington, D.C.
Just after 8 a.m., local here, a bus showed up. 23 migrants got off the bus. Now, I spoke to 2 different groups of the migrants who came off the bus. This was a private charter from Texas. One of the groups of migrants was from Nicaragua. The other was from Venezuela. The young men from Venezuela said they were so happy to be here. In fact, they waved at the bus when it departed. The Venezuelan men said they were going to get down to Miami somehow. They were going to go down to Florida.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in Washington. Governor Abbott's office says another bus is on its way. He's protesting the CDC's decision to lift Title 42, which allowed migrants to be turned away at the border due to the pandemic. Services have been announced for an NFL player who was killed last